Let me welcome you to this 7th meeting of the ENVE Commission. Of course, given the current circumstances, we are going to have to hold this meeting in remote. But as you know, we've got interpretation: Spanish, German, Greek, English, French, Italian, Latvian, Dutch, Polish, Slovak and Swedish. And Romanian too, but only the first part of the meeting. We've got a very full agenda too, today, a very dense agenda. So I would urge you to respect your speaking time. You know what? You know the rules. That's essential if we're going to be able to get through our agenda. On the agenda, we haven't had any comments on the agenda, which I looked at with the Vice President earlier, so I understand that you can adopt it. If there are no more comments, we can take it that the agenda stands adopted, the current version of it, and with that we can start the meeting. At the same time, as I understand that you have no objections to raise on the meetings of the February meeting of the ENVE Commission. That means that if you agree, we can adopt those minutes. And with that, we can move on to item 3, statement from the ENVE Commission's President. First of all, let me say how pleased I am that in the face of all the problems that we're going through, the pandemic, of course, I would like to pay tribute to the work that all of you are doing, you members of the ENVE Commission, and the work being done by the Secretariat as well, of course, in coordination with all of the other commissions as well, so that we're able to keep to our work schedule as planned. At the last plenary, we had a very important discussion, as you know, with Commissioner Simpson. And I would like to highlight here 2 big success stories, things which came out of that discussion with the Commissioner. First of all, the agreement on enhanced cooperation that we achieved with DG Energy on renewal and renovation. We think that that's a very important document which is going to mark the way forward for cooperation with other institutions and with other DGs within the European Commission. And then secondly, I'm extremely pleased with the launch of the second chamber of the Pact of Mayors. I think it's going to be a good sounding box for our discussions. And it's also going to bring the Green Deal closer to our communities on the ground, regional and local communities. So those are 2 significant achievements for our Commission, there's no doubt about that. And we have also opened a call to ambassadors for the climate deal. I think that this is an opportunity for politicians who are committed to us and committed to the Green Deal to help move this forward. It needs to go beyond us, the members of the ENVE Commission. So in one way or another, it needs to filter out to all of the other members of the Committee of the Regions. So I hope that you'll consider the possibility of getting involved in this network, getting involved as much as possible. And if you're interested, please get in touch with the ENVE Commission Secretariat to flag up your interest. And then I have information for you on the 2 COPs which are coming up, COP26 and COP15. COP26 first, the Conference of the Parties of the United Nations on Climate Change. That's going to be held in Glasgow from the 1st to the 12th of November 2021. This COP is going to have to speed up the objectives of the Paris Agreement, and therefore the UN is looking into different scenarios depending on how the pandemic goes. The aim at the moment is to hold a meeting before the COP in Milan. That will be on the 30th of from the 30th of September to the 2nd of October this year. The Secretariat And here I would urge them, I would thank them for their personal involvement. I would thank you for your personal involvement here. The Secretariat is going to get in touch with all of you to send out a survey which will help us take stock of the commitments which the members of the Committee of the Regions have, what we've taken on since the last COP. So we would be very grateful if you could, participate in this survey. That'll show what our citizens, what our regions have done, and it's something which will help us and we'll see how the regions are leading climate action right across the territory. And if that goes out to other parts of the Committee of the Regions, that will give us some very valuable information which we'll be able to present in COP26. Now on COP15 on biodiversity, that's going to be held from the 11th to the 24th of October. It's going to be a hybrid conference. The physical part of it will take part in Kunming in China. And it's likely that that'll just be for the negotiating meetings. The parallel events will probably be held online. This is a decision which is likely to have implications for the way that COP26 is held, but we don't have final information about that yet. Finally, a word about the work done by the Secretariat of the ENVE Commission in various different fields. First of all, the zero pollution platform. The Secretariat of the ENVE Commission has been involved in various different conversations with DG Environment to cooperate in the creation of a new platform of stakeholders around zero pollution. More information will become available with the publication of the Zero Pollution Action Plan. And it's likely that the platform will be launched. It'll be announced during Green Week. The Committee of the Regions and DG Environment will also be able to cooperate on the action plan for the circular economy and for the biodiversity strategy. And for that, negotiations are underway at the moment. Now on the EU Green Week, the Secretariat of the ENVE Commission is organising a session with DG Environment on the Green Cities Agreement and the zero pollution ambition. So we invite you to participate online on the 1st of June from 3:30 p.m. onwards. You can sign up on the Green Week website. And finally, a word about the European Week on Waste Reduction 2021. I'd like to thank Mr. Stelpstra in particular for accepting to be a member of the jury for the prizes for that week. The virtual ceremony, the prize-giving ceremony, will take place in the conference before Green Week, which will be held on the 1st of June in the morning. It will recognise, as ever, the best practices of 2020 focused on invisible waste. In line with its commitment to the circular economy, the Committee of the Regions is part of the steering committee of the European Week for Waste Reduction. If you want to put your local or regional authorities forward as a coordinator for the initiative in your country, please get in touch with the ENVE Commission Secretariat. Before we move on to the agenda, perhaps I could just express some words of thanks to somebody who's leaving us, somebody who has spent much of their professional life in this house. It's our colleague Lorraine Thuel. It's been a great pleasure for us to have been able to share our work with our director, and I speak personally there as well. Laurent is retiring, having left a real stamp of human and professional quality on this organisation, which is really unparalleled. I'd like to thank him for his wise words, his advice. I joined the Committee of the Regions over 5 years ago now, and I've really benefited from his advice ever since. And I'd like to thank him for everything that he's done, for his way of being involved in the European project. He has a lot of interest, not just good wine, but also sport, and he's got some very ambitious plans. Things that he'd like to do after retirement. He's going to be very busy. And he's going to be doing things which will take him to different challenges. I'm sure he has a word or two for us now. So, Laurent, if you're with us now, I'd like to give you the floor. Please go ahead.
Presidente.
Thank you very much for your very kind words. First of all, I'd like to thank our president. For me, it's been a real honor and a pleasure to work alongside him for the last few years. I think the ENVE Commission is very fortunate to have such a president so committed to the fight against the effects of climate change, in particular in his marvelous city of Seville.
Last goodbye to all the members of the ENVE committee. I think that all of you have a big opportunity to be involved in one of the key major projects for the European integration. I would like to say the Green Deal. I know you are very, very well committed. I heard the impressive list of activities, legislative activities and communication activities that you have in the coming months until the COP26 in Glasgow. We are in the good way to prove to both the European institutions and you citizens that the solution for implementing the Green Deal is first at the level of local and regional authorities. So please believe in the future of Europe, believe in the solution brought by the Green Deal. Personally, I will stay in a certain form around all these challenges because I'm about working in the south of France in my vineyards where I have to prove that the environment is totally respected by agriculture. Agriculture is contributor to the Green Deal solution. And in Brussels, I will stay in the field of social innovation because I had the chance to lead a project in a football club at 10 minutes from the Committee of the Region building, where we used to welcome since 5 years young refugees and asylum seekers from many countries where we teach them languages, education, and they play football with our kids. So I would like to continue this activity. So I won't be so far the European challenge, and I hope that you keep a good souvenir of all these things we did together for 27 years. Thank you very much, and bye-bye.
Gracias, director.
Thank you very much, Laurent. Director, thank you for your courage. Thank you for your friendship. And it's great that you're going to be an ambassador outside the institution for this Green Deal. You've worked very intensively for many years on this, and your commitment as well to civil society is exemplary. So, of course, you know that you're invited to Seville as, every year, and a bottle of wine is always welcome too. So we've said goodbye to Laurent, but we also have to welcome a new person who will be joining the Secretariat of the ENVE Commission, and I'd like to wish them every success. Our new director would like to wish all every success in their new job, especially at this very important time for our Commission. And then Juan Carlos Canota is the new Deputy Director, and we'd like to wish him all the best as well in dealing with the challenge of the Green Deal and the incorporating our work across the tasks of the Committee of Regions, and then Elisa Garossi from the Secretary of the ENVE Commission. She came from another team, and very important for passing on information between our members, and also dealing with partners outside in civil society, regional and local partners, and involving them in all the initiatives relating to climate and sustainability. So on that note, I'd like to move on to organisation of future work, which is item 4 of our agenda. For decision, we have, for example, initiatives based on, or opinions based on consultations, based on Rule 41A. We don't have any there, so I'll move on to the own initiative opinions under Rule 41B I1. We have had a proposal for a strategy to make resilient Europe. This is a strategy which is very much in line with the opinion of the Committee of the Regions adopted in December last, although it contains a number of new elements, for example, the European Observatory for Climate and Health. So, provisionally, we have suggested that Mako Makula should be rapporteur on the opinion relating to the Commission's strategy there, according to Rule 41. And it should be revised opinion based on Rule 47 of the Internal Rules of Procedure of the Committee. We thought that was the most appropriate way to address this, that he deal with this together with the revision of the previous opinion. So are there any comments on that? If not, then we'll approve that. Thank you very much. So we'd like to wish all the best to Mr. Makula for work on this. And we look forward to his work on the opinion. And then we'll move on to the opinion relating to equality and climate change, incorporating mainstreaming the gender aspect in climate. Now, this is something which is generally contained in the legislation, and we have been working on the Green Deal, but there hasn't been sufficient attention paid to the question of gender and vulnerability there in the context of climate change. Some parts of the population are more affected by climate change than others. Women and children are considered to be some of those vulnerable groups identified in some opinions and reports produced. Now, this is a proposal for an opinion on the incorporation of gender equality with climate change, and ensuring that the aspect of gender equality is mainstreamed across all aspects of the Green Deal. Now, the strategy in the Green Deal and the requirement for sustainable recovery is something which the Committee of the Regions has looked at in the past, and other commissions of the CR have considered it as well. So there's a need to coordinate work in the context of the Gender Equality Strategy 2020-2025. This is something which was proposed by the Socialist Group, and the discussions which we had earlier on in the Coordinators Group led to a split, or a tie rather, between those groups who were in favour of the initiative and those who were not in favour of going forward with this. In the case of the EPP, for example, they wondered whether this might better be accommodated in another commission of the COR, the SEDEC. So we have a tie, and the rules say that in order to take a decision, there should be a vote by the members of the Commission. So I would like to ask whether any members would like to comment at this stage, and then we'll proceed to a vote in order to take a decision on this. So there would be an electronic vote on this together with the vote on the other opinions. So if there's I see Ms. Punto would like to comment. Go ahead. Ms. Tuto, please.
Thank you very much for the floor. I hope you hear me. I would really like to ask your support for this initiative. The COR has identified both the European Green Deal and the gender equality as two significant elements of the EU policy. And these goals addressed together can reinforce each other, because we don't just want a green transition. We would like to get to a just, more inclusive, fair and environmentally sustainable future. And there was a lot of critics on the European Green Deal for being gender blind, although we are planning to redesign our cities, and it needs to have a gender perspective. And I think this opinion will give a great opportunity to make the voice of the cities heard on an international and a global level. It could really give a visibility to the COR, because the UN is working a lot on synergies between gender and climate. So I would like to ask for your support. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Mr. Biwa has the floor.
Thank you, dear Chair, and allow me to add some more comments on Tutu's speech to the initiative opinion, saying that all international political levels, high levels, are treating this subject of gender equality in all political subjects. I just want to remember that a resolution of the European Parliament deplores the lack of gender perspective actions and goals in the European Green Deal, and the Commission also committed to a gender equal Europe by 2025. The SDGs are mainstreaming through all the SDGs the question of gender equality, and I think that also the very inspiring speech of our President Tsitsi Kostas on the occasion of the 8th of March had been promising. Just to remember that the Commission, the SEDEC Commission, has in their objectives the gender politic, and that the SEDEC Commission really asked to mainstream the gender topic in all opinions and all commissions. So we are well advised to take this into account in also in our opinions. And I think that we already had such an opinion going in this direction, the opinion by our colleague Ms. Landegren, and we can easily promise that we will collaborate with all members who are interested in the subject, and with taking into account Ms. Landegren's opinion and working with her together. Just to say that drafting an opinion will be a very strong moment to go outside the Committee of the Regions to address this opinion and this subject to the people on the ground, and it would be a front-runner opinion, because all the others, what I just mentioned, all the other institutions are for the moment talking about it, and that's the danger if we make a working group inside the Committee of the Regions. we won't be heard outside. And I think it's quite important to be heard outside, because we say that gender politics, during the pandemic, we realized how important also the non-male population is affected, and doing a marvelous job, especially in health subjects. But I think that also climate change affects humankind, and especially also the vulnerable people, and often children, often their mothers, often women, and also the poor population. And inside the poor population, it's once again women that are most affected also by climate change. So it would be very important, in my opinion and our opinion, to tackle these subjects, that also environment, climate change, biodiversity is also a matter where we have to include, to say how we see the gender item also inside an environmental subject. Thanks.
Gracias, señor Biewer. Tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Mr. Beaver. Ms. Palau, you have the floor.
Danke vielmals für die Worterteilung.
Thank you for the floor. Unfortunately, the sound quality is very poor from Ms. Palau. Mr. Beaver has referred to the pandemic, where women have to face a lot of challenges. I'm not denying that people can, different genders can be affected differently. I think that is indeed the case, but I'm not sure that we actually have to stress this particular time in the context of the Green Deal. I think if this were to be necessary, it's the SEDEC Commission which should do this. If SEDEC were not to work on this properly, then we could have a joint discussion or conference perhaps to elaborate the points. I think it would be very good if, in the case of every single opinion, we were to ask whether there might be some impact on gender equality. Not just in the case of the Green Deal. I think it's something which should go without saying, that we address the potential different effect of the particular aspects on gender. That's how I think we should be dealing with it. I think perhaps we should have a working party on women which could take a broad approach as opposed to just our own commission. This is something which should be long-term and should be addressed beyond the framework of just this particular topic. That's why we're not supporting this particular opinion, but we think there is a need for a general change across the board. And I think it is indeed something which the Committee of the Regions should address, and there should be more thoroughgoing discussions carried out on it. Thank you, Ms. Palau. Ms. Rees, you have the floor.
Ja, danke, Herr Präsident. Ich möchte.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to disagree with the previous speaker. I think the Green Deal really needs to take the gender perspective. We don't have equality. We discuss it every year, whether on the 8th of March or whenever. But when it really comes to the bit, we ignore it. In the Green Deal, dignified work and the transition, the green transition, the green recovery, underpaid work are aspects which cannot be ignored. Women need a balance of welfare and well-being, and these aspects have to be seen from the point of view of gender. So I would call upon everyone please to support this initiative opinion. The perspective of women has to be taken into account here, which is why we would support the request that the gender perspective be taken on board and addressed.
Gracias por su comentario.
Thank you very much for your comments. Well, I think, yes, we have discussed this. No, I see there's one further request for the floor. Ms. Maupertuis, go ahead, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je suis désolée, ma caméra ne...
Thank you, Chair. I'm very sorry my camera's not working. But I would like to comment on behalf of the European Alliance. As we see it, gender is essential. It's something that has to be addressed as a point of mainstreaming for all policies, and we would have therefore no difficulty in seeing a strong clause incorporated in every text on the need for more representation of the gender question, including in the context of the sustainable development of our continent. Having said that, since the SEDC Commission has already made a lot of progress on this, I wonder whether we should rather have a recommendation rather than an opinion, and perhaps send a letter to them to say that we would really like the question of gender to be addressed together with in the context of the Green Deal. Thank you.
Pues muchas gracias.
Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, I think we've now discussed this point. So we will have a vote in order to take the decision. That will be next Tuesday, as you know, together with the other opinions. Next Tuesday, there will be a decision taken by electronic vote on this aspect. Now, under Item 4, we don't have anything under 4.4 with regard to decision not to draw up an opinion, nothing under 4.4. 4.5, ongoing work, consider that the document has been approved. And then with regard to 4.6, the enhanced cooperation agreement with DG Energy, in the context of the discussion, the debate on the Green Deal at the last plenary, coordinators felt that in the context of that discussion, this text could be approved. But if there are any comments you would like to make, them please let me know. Otherwise, I think we can consider that this is approved.
Perfecto. Pues...
Wonderful. That's that then. I think that this important agreement on enhanced cooperation is going to be a reference point and lead to other examples of enhanced cooperation that we're working on with the European Commission. Now on 4.7, follow-up of opinions. I have a look at the document. follow-up of opinions. It's available only in English on the members' portal. Now, with just a slight delay, we can come on to our discussion on the Green Deal, item 5 on today's agenda. We're going to have two discussions on the Green Deal today. First of all, on economic recovery, green recovery. As you know, the Green Deal was proposed just before the COVID-19 crisis. But now more than ever, the Green Deal is definitely the best roadmap that the EU has to deal with this socio-economic and environmental crisis. Green recovery is the opportunity for us to make sure that economic reconstruction is something which improves on what went before. We have to make sure that we have the financial means available for an environmental transition which we've been saying for years would call for significant resources and with which local and regional authorities are going to struggle. So these discussions are very important for transition, but also for economic recovery and the generation of jobs after the pandemic. The second discussion is going to focus on action for the climate in the global context. Looking forward to COP26 and the Glasgow meeting. In November 2021, COP26 will strengthen the message about the need for urgent action to deal with the climate emergency. The EU is going to have to take a leading role in this, going to have to continue to take a leading role and has to be an example across the world. On the members' portal, there's a note on this discussion. So all I will say is that the Committee of the Regions, as a political body which represents local and regional authorities, also wants to play a leading role as part of the EU position. But we want to do so by taking a bottom-up approach. So we want to start with a view of global action and how that can be used to help to achieve the global objectives. Our goal is to continue to be an example for the whole of the European Union in these matters. Green recovery after the environmental and socio-economic crisis provoked by COVID-19 has meant that the EU has had to design solid instruments to make sure that the member states have the resources available to manage this recovery, and they have to do so building on their environmental resilience. And the role of local and regional authorities in the development and application of these plans is essential. And in fact, this cooperation is something which is being implemented in all of the member states between the states and the local and regional governments. Aware of the support that the research institutes and the networks of cities and regions can provide, we are going to be inviting a series of speakers to take part in our discussions. And before we welcome our first guest speaker, let me tell you that Arantxa Tapia, President of Regions for Sustainable Development, and who last year became an advisor for sustainable development and environment in the Basque Country, can't join us today. So we're going to welcome Amaya Barredo, who's the Vice Chancellor for the Environment in the Basque Country. You have the floor for 6 minutes.
Buenos días a todos y a todas.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank the President for giving me the opportunity to take part here. I'm here to represent Regions 4, the Organisation of Regions for Sustainable Development, and representing the Basque Country government as well. Our organisation has been working for more than 20 years now to work against the loss of biodiversity and the promotion of sustainable development. We think that there's an enormous opportunity for us here to talk to you about our vision of recovery after the crisis and the European Green Deal. We can also see how the consequences of the pandemic are still very much with us on a day-to-day basis, but we can also see the increasing importance of the European Green Deal and the recovery plans as strategies to get us out of the crisis. These plans should help us not just to exit the crisis, but also to rebuild our territories better. Always thinking about health and the interlink between people and the natural environment. To the crisis, the socio-economic crisis, we need to add the environmental crisis because these are interlinked. The fight against climate change and the adaptation measures should go hand in hand with efforts to protect biodiversity because they are two sides of the same coin and they're a significant driver of economic activity for our cities and regions. Regions 4, my organisation, therefore, has been a key partner as part of the Edinburgh process for the aspirations of local and regional government and our role in the implementation of a new global framework after 2020. But we're already working together, and the regions show this on a day-to-day basis. They show that we can move towards green recovery, which is based on the protection of our nature and climate action. I'd just like to give you some examples. First of all, Life 2020 from Lombardy. That's an innovative experimental project for the protection of biodiversity in Lombardy. There's a global strategy there to deal with the Natura 2000 areas in the area. And then there are the Aran Islands and their development of their sustainable development across the region. This initiative was awarded by the European Commission because they had focused on protecting nature, and that involves the participation of all parts of civil society. And then there's the Basque Country, if I may, with an integrated project for 2050. It involves 40 mitigation and adaptation measures to deal with climate change in 3 geographical areas: the seashore, the river basins and the urban areas, and there are more than 20 public and private actors involved in the project. Examples like these just go to show how local and regional sustainable action should be part of the EU's recovery plan. This should be reflected in the EU's long-term budget. Cities and regions have a great responsibility when it comes to implementing the pact, the deal and its and linked measures. So we have to have the resources that we need to be able to need that. I'd like to pass on some of the resources that we have in Regions 4 to implement regional sustainable actions like Region Adapt. That's the first global action to promote action and commitments centred around climate change. There's also a learning community for regions for biodiversity, and we have a community of good practices for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, Regions 4 SDGs. And from the Basque Country, we also share the need for a new green strategy, but one which is based on a modern economy, an energy-efficient economy, and a competitive economy. And that's what we call our Basque Green Deal, where technology, new energies, adaptation to climate change will be drivers to help us to achieve this sustainable, fair growth without leaving anyone behind. Regions 4 believes that key initiatives like the local Green Deal, driven by the ENVE Commission and by the whole of the Committee of the Regions, place cities and regions right at the heart of the Green Deal, guaranteeing that the Sustainable Growth Strategy and the COVID-19 Recovery Plan are translated into projects and actions which are tangible in all of our territories. And finally, we are available to you to work together to develop this initiative. We'd like it to be a clear example of leadership for the whole of Europe. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Barrero. Now I'd like to welcome our second invited speaker, Arno Bonte, who is the Vice Mayor, the Deputy Mayor of Rotterdam. But at the same time, he's a member of the European Regional Executive Committee of ICLE, that's Local Governments for Sustainability. Mr. Bonte, you have the floor for 6 minutes.
speak,
ben ik nu te verstaan.
please.
Als het goed is, sta ik nu aan.
Sí, perfecto, adelante.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Voorzitter, ben ik te verstaan?
Can you hear me?
Sí, adelante.
Yes, we can.
Voorzitter, hoort u mij?
Can you hear?
Sí, le escucho perfectamente.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Voorzitter, dank u.
Chairman, thank you very much, and thank you, members of the Commission. I'm very pleased to be able to share with you the impact of ECLI on sustainability. Perhaps I could just tell you what ECLI is. It's a worldwide network of local authorities, regions, etc., more than 750. It's active in more than 100 countries, 1,750. There's 22 offices worldwide, and of course there's also one in Brussels. The worldwide organization and the organization in Europe support local authorities following 5 interconnected development pathways. The first one relates to towns and regions to ensure that they focus on sustainable energy and the reduction of CO2 emissions. The second point is introducing a circular economy at local and regional level. Thirdly, stimulating biodiversity. And then the fourth and fifth pathways, incorporation of towns and an acceptable transition, an inclusive one to incorporate people with lower incomes. Unfortunately, the sound is breaking up a lot. It's very difficult to interpret. We do what we can in order to support the local authorities based on the Mannheim message. Unfortunately, it's not possible to interpret. The quality of the sound is not sufficient.
Nauw aan bij uw eigen project, de Green Deal Going Local. Omdat wij erin geloven dat de Europese doelstellingen uiteindelijk het beste lokaal gerealiseerd kunnen worden. Je ziet dat nationale overheden soms nog wat terughoudend zijn om aan de slag te gaan, terwijl steden en regio's staan te popelen om aan de slag te gaan met die transitie, met de verduurzaming. Vanuit ECLI, volgens de aanpak van de Mannheim Message, ondersteunen we steden en lokale overheden om ook op lokaal niveau een Green Deal te sluiten. En onze ambitie is om in de komende tijd zo'n 80.000 groene Green Deals op lokaal niveau te kunnen sluiten. En één voorbeeld daarvan, dat is de volgende slide, de laatste slide. Dat is niet toevallig mijn eigen stad, de stad Rotterdam. We zijn de tweede stad in Nederland.
Rotterdam is the second largest city in the Netherlands, and it's the biggest port in Europe. There's a lot of CO2 emission and a lot of burning of fossil fuels, and we are responsible for quite a lot of the CO2 emissions of the country. But we got lots of companies and ordinary people on board to try to reduce our CO2 emissions. So we received support for our contribution at local level to the Green Deal. we're recognised by ECLI, particularly for the large-scale use of sustainable energy, for example, wind turbines along the coast, solar panels installed in the town. And we also rolled out a network in order to warm our houses with energy from companies. It's very important, and ECLI helps us with the exchange of knowledge and information between different regions who are working on making things more sustainable. They're able to take on board exchange of practice from other partners. There's also a question of investment. Major investments have to be made, and we need money, which is not often available at local level. But I think if we're able to take these keys to success and apply them across Europe, and I'm convinced that at local level we'll be able to ensure that we can make the European Green Deal a success. What's very nice is that green investment at local level creates jobs, so that we can also exit the crisis in a socially acceptable and positive way. So we are making our contribution, and we're counting on your support. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And the floor goes now to our third guest speaker, Mrs. Eulalia Rubio. She is the main researcher on economic and social affairs in the Jacques Delors Institute. Her research and her publications focus mainly on the EU budget, cohesion policy, and the reform of the economic and monetary union. You have the floor.
Señora Rubio.
Mrs. Rubio, press the speak button. Yes, can you hear me now? Okay.
I will continue in English because I have just prepared the presentation in English. So I wanted just with 5 minutes to pass some key messages on my vision on how regional and local authorities can be involved in this green recovery through the recovery and resilience facility plans. So I don't know how to pass the. No, wait a moment. It's the first time I use this. Wait, I will put. I have to share the. I'm sorry, but it's the first time I cannot share my presentation. I don't know why. So I will do it without sharing. Maybe let's check another. Yeah, share. No, sorry for that. Yeah. So yeah. So you see my presentation now. Well, I think I will do it without the presentation because I'm not used to this. I will try to pass just some messages. Yeah.
Sí.
I think, yeah. Okay, I see.
Ahora, okay.
Ahora. But I don't know how to do it. Cómo hacerla grande. Stop sharing. Well, I think I will stop sharing because.
Señora Rubio, estamos nosotros presentando desde.
Ms. Rubio, we're actually showing the slides from here.
La presentación la está...
The presentation is going through the room here, so you can start.
Gracias. I wanted to just pass some key messages I was saying. So the first is what is green recovery under RRF, under this recovery and resilience plan. And one thing we have to take into account is that it will be, of course, green recovery is all investment related with green related objectives. But if we look at what will be financed through this facility, it will be mostly public investment related with climate objectives, because we know that member states are obliged to reach this 37% climate target, and also at the same time providing short-term economic benefits. So I have just put this graphic that was prepared by my colleagues from the Energy Center of the Jack Delors Institute, in which you see, the blue circle are all types of interventions related to stimulus, the typical ones that are included in the stimulus plans, which have short-term economic impact, and the yellow circle are climate-related investments. And what we will expect from these national plans is mostly the type of green, the ones that are in the green circle, that is investments that combine, that are green-related and at the same time have this short-term economic effect. The most important ones in terms of volume probably will be like in some areas in which it's clearly directed to climate mitigation, such as energy efficiency, renovation of buildings, or as my colleague have put, rolling out charging points for electric vehicles. But we can also find interventions that are less related but have also an impact on climate, such as climate environmental protection, waste management, and these kind of things. We can pass the slide. If we look then, to complete this, it's interesting to look at the needs, on the investment needs. And if we look investment needs in climate-related investments, what we see is that where there are more gaps, where we need to invest more in the future are in two areas, in transport and in energy efficiency. And here maybe there is a column that is missing, that is all these type of investments on environmental protection, which, as I say, are less directly related with climate, but are also categorized in the taxonomy as having an impact on climate, 40% impact instead of 100% impact for energy efficiency or transport. But what it is interesting to say here, or my message here, is that of course regional and local authorities will have to be involved in the implementation of the plans, because in these two areas, plus environmental protection, are areas that are very prone to place-based interventions, and areas in which regional and local authorities already have competence. So it is not possible for central governments to invest in these areas without involving subnational authorities. That's the second message. The third message, and I wanted to see the second slide, the following slide, please, is that, of course, if we say, can you switch the slide, please? The person that is in charge of, okay. Of course, that the third message is, of course, we know that the participation of regional and local authorities, it's a must. It will surely depend on the formal distribution of competence in the member state. It will be different in very decentralized member states instead of more centralized member states. But one message I wanted to pass in this audience, especially because I know that you are fully convinced on the need to involve subnational authorities in RRF plans, is that it will also depend to a certain extent on how central governments judge the advantages and costs of more or less involvement of subnational authorities. What are the advantages? The advantages are first to adapt the investment actions to the particular needs and characteristics of different places. Another advantage is to give more opportunities for innovation and experimentation. We know that subnational authorities are very well placed to do more innovative things, and the more we have different experimentations, the better, and maybe some of them can be scaled up later on. It's also the local or regional level is much better placed to involve civil society, and that's very important for certain types of interventions. I'm thinking, for instance, on energy communities. And third advantage that is also very important is to ensure policy alignment, because we will have RRF measures on the one hand, but we will have other measures in these areas, in urban transportation, in in environmental protection, which will be planned, financed, and implemented by subnational authorities alone, or maybe with structural funding. So it's very important that there is an alignment within the two. And involving subnational authorities in the implementation of FRF measures will guarantee this alignment. But there are also challenges and costs, and these will be also perceived and estimated by central governments. The most important one is time delays. Time is of essence with these FRF plans, and the higher the number of participants, the more you need time to reach an agreement, compromises, to plan and to put into place measures. And the second possible challenge is to lose a bit of coherence of the plan. The more the measures are fragmented, the less the capacity to steer change towards one single direction. If you have, for instance, if a member state has an idea of supporting intensively a certain climate-related industry, it's important to articulate different types of interventions and at the national level. And if you have fragmentation of measures, that might weaken the capacity to steer this change. One thing that is important to notice here, before passing to the slide, is that these two costs, it will be estimated differently according also to how well it functions, the existing multi-level governance arrangements in each member state. If you have a member state in which multi-level arrangements, the arrangements that exist to coordinate national, local, central actions are quite well functioning, and it's not very time consuming and it's not very costly to arrive to compromise and to coordinate the actions, then the central government maybe will be more prone to involve the subnational authorities. So it's important to take into account these things can change the perception of central governments on the advantages and costs of involving the subnational authorities in the plans. Next slide, please. And then another thing to reflect is also the type of intervention, the type of involvement. It can be of different types. It can go from the consultation and exchanges in the preparation of the plan to the implementation of nationally designed recovery measures in a top-down approach, to the transfer of recovery funds to support regionally designed or nationally designed climate strategies or plans, more in the sense as if, what is the situation with the cohesion funding, so that the EU funds directly going to support programs and plans designed from the local or regional level, or it can also consist into national plans that are specifically designed to promote pilot projects, experimentation, innovation at the regional local level. And I will finalize with this final slide in which, taking into account these different type of involvement that we can find, I found quite interesting a graph that I found I don't know if we can see the other slide, please. The last slide, a graph that I found in a policy brief, OECD policy briefing, which there were the findings of a joint committee of the regions and OECD survey, and I suppose that many of you may be aware of this survey, a survey that was done last summer among regional and local authorities asking about their involvement in the recovery plans. And in this figure, what you see, they were asked how helpful they consider different policy instruments to be involved in these recovery plans. And what you see is that there is much more, most of them consider very helpful the support through funding to the implementation of recovery measures. It is not detailed whether it is recovery measures totally designed at the national level or recovery measures designed at the subnational level. But there's much less support to be involved in the consultation in the design of the recovery measures. You see that it's the fourth row, it's less than 50% of subnational authorities that consider that it's very helpful to be engaged in the design of the recovery measures. And then there is 0.5% of them that they consider helpful also to provide incentive for pilot policies or programs in new sectors put into place for subnational authorities. So it's also important to take into account what is the vision from subnational authorities of what they want, how they want to be involved in these plans. And I stop here. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Pues entramos, si les parece.
Thank you very much. Well, perhaps we could now have the discussion amongst the members. We have 2 minutes per speaker. Mr. Gavanowska first, please.
Panie Przewodniczący, Szanowni Państwo,
Chairman, dear colleagues, we know that green recovery is the only way to return to growth and we should also make it a new kind of growth. Therefore, as EPP, we are of the opinion that it must go hand in hand with the Green Deal. Therefore, we need the full synergy. Hopefully, our objectives will be possible, but we have to cooperate at all levels, at the level of all EU institutions, the Committee of the Regions. We should do our utmost so that national recovery plans, which take into account the aspiration and needs of local governments, should operate based on objective mechanisms. We also see a great role for the European Commission. The European Commission should do its utmost so that European standards are maintained. We cannot have the situation where we have some biased approach to helping local governments. We cannot allow for a situation where, for example, the most important cities are omitted. In other cases, proposed mechanisms will not be effective. In the city of Łódź, we have a lot of needs. We must improve energy efficiency. We must combat energy poverty. We must develop green transport and make our city greener. We have thousands of fire-based stoves that must be replaced. We also have a quite backward transport system which must be renovated. These actions could be listed for a long time, but you probably see that we need the most direct mechanism of supporting the recovery. This recovery must be green because when it comes to green economic sectors, these are the only types of sectors and the only type of recovery that will help to get out of the crisis.
Señora Zadanowska, perdón. Tiene la palabra.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lansins, please.
Labdien, President Kungs.
Mr. Chairman, I think that generally what we should do, all European municipalities, we should do a large common work. All these support mechanisms, all the funds and mechanisms are targeted towards the values that Europe holds. And I think that one of the most important initiatives at the European levels announced by European Commission is the so-called wave of renovations, meaning the renovation of buildings in order to increase their energy efficiency. I think that we all have a lot to do in this area in Europe. I wanted to draw your attention to the fact that in Europe, also in Latvia, there are still many buildings which haven't been insulated, so they are not energy efficient. I wanted to point out that these are the projects that we should pay more attention to, and we should foresee significant financing for it. On the one hand, that would help us reaching the EU climate targets, and on the other side, in a shorter term, that would be a great stimulus for the economy, which especially now during the COVID crisis, that would be a great opportunity to create new jobs in construction and also other sectors which are linked with the renovation of buildings. And I think that would help us greatly to reach our common goals. I believe that we should seriously evaluate also the skills of people, so that the skills of people could be adapted to the very changeable labor market, so that people could meet the requirements of the labor market. And it's clearly linked with recovery of labor market, recovery of economy, and also the transformation of these both markets. We are completely sure the labor market is going to change. Therefore, we need to provide the necessary support to people, support to those people who, due to the economic downturn in Europe, have suffered most. We need to support the economic transformation. We need to support the requalification of people, and we have to work together to support European economy. And that we can do by investing more in education, in the infrastructure of education. We should also ensure additional investment in the development of industrial territories. And I believe that that is what we need right now. That is what we need as European municipalities at the moment. Thank you.
Señor Ansins, tiene la palabra el señor Frey.
Thank you. Ms. Frey, please.
Sehr geehrter Herr Vorsitzender.
Chair, colleagues, the Greens see the Recovery and Resilience Facility as an ambitious and effective instrument for the recovery of Europe. However, it seems that the national governments haven't really committed to involving all local authorities seriously in this. Formally, we cannot actually reject the proposals, even the Commission cannot reject proposals even if the local areas have not been involved. However, the effectiveness of the plans will suffer if they haven't been involved. And we see that they want to use the recovery fund in order to pay for certain initiatives which were already planned. In Germany, for example, much of the money is to be used for things which were already planned. But I don't think that's the way to achieve what is the real objective of a facility. Furthermore, it doesn't respect the quota, the climate reduction which was agreed by the European Commission, including, for example, 1 billion euros to be paid for a fleet of lorries which use fossil fuels. So I think it's important that we address this misuse of the original intentions of the fund. We have to have clear climate investments, and we have to ensure that regions and towns and cities really are properly involved. We have to take that very seriously at European level and require the national level to take that into account. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mennicini, please.
Sì, buongiorno, grazie.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, President, and thank you to the speakers. I'd just like to say a word or two very quickly, really just to emphasize how important it is that we have local interventions as well. This is a clear message from our Commission. It has to be a message that we send out from the committee and from the Commission to the European Commission to make sure that this happens in all member states. In that way, we'll be able to change things that have been the things that have happened at local level, because the local communities have been so hard hit by the COVID crisis. And the other thing that I wanted to focus on were the Eurostat figures on the percentage of recycling. I mean, we're talking about waste, we're talking circular economy. Italy is the leader with 67%, but across the world we're still at just 36%. So that means that there's still a lot to be done. We need change in our industry that needs to be based on the recovery of raw and secondary materials. This is a great opportunity for our continent, apart from anything else, in terms of competitiveness, and it will help with climate change. We'll have an impact on climate change, and a positive impact. We'll do something to address climate change, but it's also an opportunity for our local realities. We all have waste available, and we can transform it into a resource. 85% of sorted waste in my area. Well, we are working on a centre to recover cellulose and plastics. So at the moment it's 85, but we're at 85%, but we're planning to go over 90%. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Mr. Estestad.
Mr. President, there's no need to reiterate the devastating impact of the pandemic on our societies and economies. Even in my own country, the Netherlands, we have experienced a dramatic downturn, and we have two major challenges at the same time. It is nice to mention that our Central Bank of the Netherlands made a report, and its report stressed that the green transition and recovery must go hand in hand. And the key is to maintain our long-term competitiveness by directing investments in sustainable technologies, which will reduce the long-term costs of climate change to our people and businesses. And our primary goal must be leveraging those aspects of the Green Deal that create jobs and economic growth, such as transition to circular economy, large-scale deployment of new technologies like hydrogen, and rapid building renovations. But at the same time, we must not forget that financing is the key component of the recovery. The Recovery and Resilience Facility is an important, but yet only first step. We must not rely on borrowed money to buy ourselves out of trouble. The whole financial sector, central banks and the fiscal branch of the government will need to work in a synchronized manner. And it goes without saying that all new measures must be cost-effective with high added value. And last but not least, we need to engage our businesses, especially our SMEs, and treat them as partners in the transition. We must start thinking in ecosystems covering the whole cycle. And I'm proud that we have in my province of Drenthe, we have a very nice project, the European Hydrogen Valley. It's a holistic approach and an integral approach within this valley to realize innovative solutions, not only for production, but also for distribution and usage of hydrogen in mobility, industry, and housing. And this is a nice example how a bottom-up initiative driven by local and regional authorities can evolve into a flagship project of green transition. Thank you very much.
Gracias, señor Estelstra.
Thank you. We have run out of time for this discussion now, so we can't take any more comments from the floor from members. But to conclude this discussion, I'd just like to make a brief comment to Mrs. Barredo and Mrs. Rubio. I don't know if they're still with us. Mrs. Barredo, if you have anything to say, please go ahead. Yes, well, thanks once again for giving me the opportunity to take part in this discussion. Regions 4 and the Basque Country really do appreciate the work that's being done jointly here, and we would like to continue to work along these lines jointly with the ENVE Commission and the Committee of the Regions. Let me remind you that the members of Regions 4 are committed to a sustainable model and we would like this to be a central model for local and regional authority, and this has to include the necessary financial resources so that concrete actions can be carried out with the desired effect. And finally, I would urge subnational and local governments represented here to sign up to the Edinburgh Declaration and to add to the over 130 local and national leaders who've already signed out. And then, of course, there's the Conference of the Parties on the UN on biodiversity, which is so important. Thank you very much.
Gracias, señora Barredo.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Barredo. Mrs. Rubio, are you still with us? If so, you have the floor.
Parece que no.
Yes, there she is.
No, it was just one message to pass. I think it's very. I mean, we all agree it's very important that national governments, regional, local governments are involved in the RRF plans. For me, politically speaking, I mean, if you think about the political strategy to obtain this goal, it is much important to go to the central government and to convince central governments on their own interest in having the subnational authorities involved, and to try to prove them that there are much more advantages than potential costs to have it than going to the EU level. Because as one speaker has already said, the Commission has limited capacity to force member states to put this into their plans. It's not compulsory for the plans to be approved. So it's much better to try to press and to convince your own national governments on the benefits of doing this than trying to pass through the Commission so that the Commission imposes this to central governments.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rubio. Thank you to the speakers and to the members who participated in this discussion. Mr. Bonte, the Vice Mayor of Rotterdam, who's had to leave us. Now we'll move on to the second discussion on climate action in a global context, the road to Glasgow. As you know, the Green Deal is a strategy to achieve climate neutrality in the EU by 2050, in line with the Paris Agreement. The European climate law will convert this into a key objective so its ratification is a great first step forward for the success of COP26. The EU's new goal for 2030 is, of course, part of the strategy, namely the reduction by at least 55% of greenhouse gas emissions compared to 1990 levels. So the political aim of the Committee of the Regions is to guarantee that we recognise and take into account the essential functions of the local and regional authorities. And we have to be able to do this in terms of climate change, so we need to develop local initiatives which make this possible. To this end, the Committee of the Regions will be expressing its official position at the end of the year with a very valuable opinion from Mr. Chauvet, which we'll be adopting later, and with the valuable contribution of all of its members. And this will allow us to we'll be asking the European Commission for greater representation, 8 members, as part of the EU delegation. We're also working with the Secretariat of the UN climate change body, represented today by Mr. Graber, to be able to achieve an action plan which will strengthen our cooperation. As you'll see in the information note preceding this discussion, the ENVE Commission Secretariat has prepared a roadmap to COP26 so that we can plan as best we can. So I would urge you to look out for the survey that you're going to get from the Secretariat, which will allow us to take stock of the commitments which all members of the Commission and the Committee of the Regions have entered into since the last COP. And we will also give details of work ongoing at the moment. We've always said that we're essential if we're going to achieve the Union's goals in each of our individual member states. But we also have to talk about what we are doing at the moment here. So please pass that information on via the survey. Without more ado, I'd like to welcome the first speaker for this second debate, Maria Spiraki, who is a member of the European Parliament, co-chair of the Intergroup on Climate Change, Biodiversity and Sustainable Development. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to address your meeting. It is an honor for me to address persons that they are working very hard on the ground, participating in local and regional authorities and having the final responsibility of the implementation of our decision. And by saying this, I would like to focus on the topic that you've already provided to me, the road to Glasgow and what to expect in 2021. By saying that Glasgow is the most important climate change since the Paris conference from 2015. And as you all know, 2020 has been marred with pandemic, devastating wildfires and more frequent flooding. But it has also been a year of more ambitious climate targets. And by saying this, I would like to say now we need to act on our pledge. This year has put all of us to the test. First, your institution, of course, which are drafting the legislation, but also national governments and regional authorities and business and economies and communities and health service. And they all have been stressed by the demand of a global pandemic. And the deeper crisis of climate change biodiversity loss have missed a bit without giving us the opportunity to say that now we are facing on an outcome which is huge. And this is the fact that 2020 was one of the warmest years on record. However, during the pandemic, we delivered a series of positive signals that are more substantial than most of us could have hoped for. Since the Commission announced the European Green Deal, the pandemic could have put that ambition in question, but instead it has been put at the center of EU policy making, and I think that it is very important. We have seen new ideas and proposals. They come forward to deliver an economic recovery that has been dealt as it has. An innovation wave to modernize our buildings and a new biodiversity strategy to protect nature and the climate law and the climate neutrality in all EU legislation. I would like to add, because it was my responsibility as a co-author, one of the main topics in this framework, that it is a chemical strategy for sustainability on which we can have the opportunity to discuss further, to elaborate further in the evening. And in addition, we have seen the European Council that it has agreed a huge new funding boost with a green recovery package at its core, and now the negotiations are ongoing for a marathon, at least 55% in emissions compared with 1990 level for the year 2030. So it's very important to know that we have specific targets, and at the same time, business understand that the brightest economic future is linked to a green transition. And they are standing behind the ambition of the Green Deal and supporting the higher ambition by 2030. It is very important to have on board stakeholders. And in this regard, I think that it is of paramount importance to have the support of the business as well. And I would like just to bring in example in this regard, with a letter of CEOs that has now been signed by 200 businesses and investors. And it's like the pandemic has made more governments and business look close to the economics of the transition to net zero, and research shows that investments in decarbonization is good for the economy, for the society and the climate. Furthermore, the cost of getting to net zero is falling dramatically, as analysis sources like the UK's Climate Change Committee or the Energy Transition Committee and the International Energy Agency Committee shows. Climate action is good value for money and getting better. Added to the positive signals coming from the Biden administration in the US, does add up to hope and the sense that Paris Agreement is working. And now we have also China. China's announcement for an increase in all four of its nationally determined contribution headline targets. Of course, they get criticism of lack of mention of coal and the lack of immediate progress on decarbonization. But at the same time, we have the very fact that this announcement has been at a challenging geopolitical time for China's relation with the other world, and is a vibrant spark as itself. At the Copenhagen Summit in 29, the world's traditionally prosperous nation pledged that by 2020, they would ensure the provision of 100 billion a year to help the poorest countries green their economies and prepare for climate change impact. This target has been confirmed in the Paris Agreement. The fabric is supposed to be new and not the old traditional one like the overseas development aid, and can come more from public or private sector. The fabric package has to be finalized at this time in the Glasgow Summit, along with a clear commitment for and mechanism for delivering it year after year and increasing the sum before 2025. This is essential for securing the support of developing world. So we have Europe, we have the US, we have China, and now we have concrete demands and concrete targets concerning the funding on the developing world. Governments wrote into the Paris Agreement a ratchet mechanism designed to progressively increase emission cutting pledges in order to achieve the agreed targets. In essence, every 5 years, governments will review their commitments and, if the science indicates, upgrade. The Glasgow Summit is the first term of ratchet, and it is important to know that governments included in the Paris Agreement, they have a clause requesting nations to submit updated pledges concerning national determinants contribution during 2020, setting total targets for reducing emissions by 2020. The case is how many governments do so until the summit will take place later this year, and it will be a key test of the Paris Agreement. But the signals are good, and the goals are ambitious, and the targets must be delivered, and this is very important. We have good signs, and an early indicator could be the submission of EU member states' recovery and resilience packages, where the detail will show how seriously countries are taking their climate responsibility. Another key issue could be the inclusion of new proposal of sustainable finance and on the deployment of EU taxonomy system. It is also important to understand that we have in front of us the so-called the new Fit for 55 package, which will take place in the Parliament around the middle of this year. And this set of implementing policies for the EU's 2030 target will look to strengthen the carbon pricing, to raise ambition for renewable energy deployment and energy efficiency, and to consider how to spread efforts across Europe and drive the transition in electric vehicles. This package of actions will be essential since amending the Green Deal implementation as the EU long-term growth strategy. Allow me to conclude with this. It is important to know that we have the technologies, standards and policies required to achieve the higher 2030 targets, and they can provide the EU with competitive advantage in a global level, in a global race to the future. The leadership that has been shown by the EU on ambition has helped support and drive global action. The leadership the EU shows on delivery will be a key to what comes next, both at home and globally, and to the success of the critical COP26. We are looking forward for our cooperation in the framework of COP26 last summit, but also on the implementation of our ambitious target on the ground. Once again, thank you very much and honor to your summit.
Gracias, señora Spiraki.
Thank you very much, Ms. Spiraki. We now have
A ver, adelante, por favor, sujétense.
Mr. Graber, the Director for Mitigation and Acting Director of Communication and Commitment. Please, we are very pushed for time, so if you wouldn't mind respecting your 5-minute time limit. Thank you.
Adelante.
Go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. Hello?
Yes, okay.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. It's the first time I'm using this platform. Thank you to the Committee of Regions for driving forward this conversation on climate change, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Local leadership and engagement is critical to tackling climate change. That's very clear. And the Paris Agreement has provided the world, as we know, with a long-term goal, a long-term global common purpose to limit the extent of global warming and ensure the resilience to the warming that is inevitable. And achieving this long-term aim is, however, impossible without completing the work of today, of 2021, in our efforts to move towards Glasgow. There's a clear and pressing need for everyone to work together in 2021. Success at COP26 is crucial. It's a credibility test for our fight against the climate emergency. 4 points I would like to make that are essential. Promises made must be kept. As we've heard, there were pre-2020 commitments. They have to be fulfilled with respect to the submission of stronger NDCs and the pledge by developed nations to mobilize finance. Secondly, we have to wrap up the outstanding negotiation. It's time to wrap up outstanding negotiations and move towards implementation of the Paris Agreement, in particular the detailed operational provisions for the transparency regime and the rules for international cooperation envisioned under Article 6. We need to raise ambition in mitigation, adaptation, and finance. We need to close the gap between the global expectation and the political commitment. And finally, the fourth one, we need to leave no voice or solution behind. Inclusive multilateralism is the only way forward. Everyone has a role to play and everyone must be involved. This is very true with cities and regions, business investors, and civil society. In the midst of the global pandemic, the climate emergency continues to worsen. Parties have a substantial amount of outstanding work to complete. The NDCs are, as they currently stand, inadequate to what's needed, and the nations have not shown the climate ambition needed to drive the deep and rapid change required to avoid and adapt to the worst impacts of climate change. Despite some recent momentum, a significant amount of work remains. COP26 is then crucial to get back on track. This moment is also an unprecedented opportunity, as we've heard from other speakers today. As nations build forward from the COVID-19 pandemic to structure resilient, sustainable, green post-recovery economies, as discussed, it is a rare moment that cannot be lost. Recovery investments need to consider the carbon footprint of activities they will be financing. Bottom line, we must align the recovery with the Paris Agreement, and this must be part of COP26 results. COP26 is an opportunity for nations to make progress addressing climate change, detailing how they will build forward better. Its success is imperative for reestablishing the trust and the leadership in the climate change process. To achieve net zero emissions by 2050, we must take necessary steps this year. We need to send the signal that climate change remains a priority in the international agenda and that it is the center of the recovery efforts. The recent NDC synthesis report you would have seen reflecting the combined impact of the National Climate Action Plan is a clear example. It shows that current levels of climate ambition are very far from putting nations on a pathway that will meet the goals of the Paris Agreement to limit global temperatures to 1.5 by the end of the century. At the current rate, nations will achieve only less than 1% reduction in emissions by 2030 compared to 2010. The IPC calls for the reduction to be 45% lower. Conversely, we are encouraged, of course, by recent announcements such as the ones by Korea, Japan, and China with regard to long-term plans. The EU recently adopted its Green Deal, which was followed by a revised NDC submission where the EU pledged a 55% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 compared to 1990. The EU also committed to carbon neutrality. This is what we need to see from all. We likewise welcome the United States for joining the Paris Agreement. The United States has long played a key role in the negotiation. We look forward to the submission of a strong and robust NDC. We're also encouraged by the transformation that has been outlined by the Race to Zero campaign with cities, regions, business, and investors. Even in the face of COVID, net zero commitments roughly doubled in 2020. Our common task is underpins these commitments with immediate policy and immediate action. We must chart a pathway to the phase out all fossil fuel in our electricity generation mix. The IEA, IRENA, this analysis has shown that renewables are the cheapest source of new generation, increasingly more cost effective than existing fossil fuel. We have to catalyze the transition to zero emission vehicles by having clear dates for the end of sales of the ICE vehicles and investing the necessary infrastructure to support different modes of mobility. And we need to upgrade our building stock to align with the evolving climate realities with lower embedded emissions in materials and lower energy needs. Only by doing all these things together, we will build a better future, a green future, a clean future, and a future that is healthy, safe, resilient, sustainable, and prosperous for all people. And if you allow me quickly, I would like to take a minute to highlight the issue of gender in climate change. Every anthropogenic greenhouse gas emission comes from a decision, a choice, action, or inaction of a human. Yet not all humans contribute or experience the impact of climate change equally. Climate change exacerbates existing and creates new inequalities related to gender as well as other multidimensional factors such as age, ethnicity, abilities, social economic status. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to accelerate the achievement of gender equality and women's and girls' empowerment. Addressing climate change requires a radical shift from business as usual. As countries seek to transition to low-carbon, climate-resilient economies and societies, they must identify new ways of doing almost everything across their economies and do so in a just and fair way. Climate change threatens or will create disruption to many services and industries, from tourism to agricultural food systems and the built environment. Climate change also impacts the financial services, insurance, health services. And in every case, having a gender-responsive approach is important when analyzing the climate risk, as it provides a holistic and systemic approach to risk management. A gender-responsive approach to climate change also strengthens resilience as it leads to the inclusion of different capacities, experiences, expertise, perspectives possessed by men and women in adaptation initiatives. The link between gender-responsive climate policy and just transition of the workforce and the creation of decent work and quality jobs has been recognized by the parties in the decision on the Enhanced Lima Work Program on Gender and its Gender Action Plan that was adopted at COP25. Europe has an opportunity with the European Green Deal to realize previous commitments in achieving gender equality while increasing the effectiveness of the just transition to a low-carbon, climate-resilient society and economy. Thank you for your time. I look forward to the conversation.
Gracias, señor Gravert. Tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Mr. Gravert. Ms. Dunlop, who's the Executive Director of Climate Tech, has the floor. Go ahead.
Señora Dunlop, yes.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. I would very much wish to support and reinforce what has been said so far about the critical relationship between local and regional subnational actors, engagement, empowerment, and decision support for this critical topic of climate action, and particularly in such a critical year as James was identifying in the run-up to COP. I speak on behalf of EIT Climate Kick. We are a European instrument for climate innovation, both for decarbonisation and for adaptation, funded by the European Institute of Innovation and Technology and a number of other national and international funders. What I would want to acknowledge in the context of climate action in this year, leading up to COP26, is there is significant uncertainty with respect to COP, and we know that there will be a number of net zero pledges. I would certainly concur that the critical question is what happens afterwards, and how do we make sure that the commitments that are made can be followed through, and most importantly, followed through effectively. And I think I'm speaking from the position of an innovation practitioner and an organisation partnered currently with city governments and with regional governments on taking an approach to innovation and introducing new and innovative ways of doing innovation to support climate action that can ensure that the steps that are necessary this year and in the subsequent 5 to 7 years are actually as effectful and impactful as they need to be, given the urgency of the actions and the transitions we need to take, and the scale, the dramatic scale of transformation, both in terms of decarbonisation and indeed what we begin to understand will be the scale of adaptation responses. So what I would like to emphasise and just bring to this conversation is the experience we have had. We have reflected our experience over the last 10 years working in European contexts, subnational contexts and national context on climate innovation. Business as usual approaches to innovation are not sufficient. We can see that the pace of change achieved by continuing to invest in new solutions, but simply trusting to market forces to pick them up and deploy them is way too slow and way too inadequate in terms of the whole-scale systemic changes that are needed, and particularly the changes that must engage social and behavioural shifts and must engage the full spectrum of society for what is effectively a crafting of a new future of work and a new future of economics. So what we have done is to shift our activities and to partner with regional governments and city governments to work back from the outcomes and the impact, the change we need to literally build innovation back from the transformations we know we're going to need by 2030, 2040, 2050. That means designing innovation in such a way as to be systemic and holistic, working on multiple solutions tested simultaneously, very importantly working on multiple solutions that are specific to the places, to the contexts, local resources, local physical realities, social and cultural contexts. It's absolutely essential that we design innovation to respond to specific place-based needs for transformation and place-based opportunities, resources and obstacles for transformation, or value chain-based, but either one, it needs to be derived from needs. The second experience and critical element that I would bring from our work on a systemic approach to innovation is that innovation action and climate action needs to be deployed in such a way as to engage from the very beginning local communities, local businesses, and to support accelerated learning and capability building. And this does not mean citizen engagement in the way in which we're talking about it. This is really co-shaping, co-design, co-determination in local contexts of trialing of multiple solutions in parallel, of learning quickly what is working and what combinations might work, because it's the combinations we need. And it's often the combinations of technology solutions with social innovation, financial, fiscal solutions, changes in planning and regulation, and changes in community sentiment, and the whole lot needs to be managed together. That really requires a strong presence, a strong connection to local and regional decision support. It requires deep and local engagement from the outside, so we make sure that we can connect the experience that innovation can give us on the ground of how to find a combination of solutions that can work for specific agricultural regions or specific cities, and connect that experience directly into decision making. This is absolutely essential for the process to effectively deliver on the objectives and the pledges that we are hoping we will see more and more of at COP. We have been testing this approach. We've been working with city administrations, with regional governments, with companies, small and medium businesses, and with ministries at national level. We have learned a lot about how hard this is, but how rewarding and important it is. And I would really want to bring a voice of practitioner experience, of encouragement, of support, and certainly from a Climate Kick perspective, a strong and keen interest in supporting, through dialogue with the Committee of the Regions, how to scale out, scale up, and draw upon cohort and peer support as each city and region engages in leadership positions. My last reflection is the way in which we deploy finance and capital matters. I was listening to the comments about the challenges of EU recovery and resilience funds, and I would absolutely echo it is essential for funding, public funding of the order that Europe is committing, to reach and be engaged and designed at local and regional levels. It's absolutely essential that the implementation supports are in place to enable systemic engagement with communities in the deployment of that funding, and that does require use of, for example, the EU taxonomy, use of instruments with the EIB and so forth, to enable innovation in the way in which public and private funding meets and is blended, so that capital investments and granting investments and first loss guarantees can in fact support whole city transformations and whole regional transformations, rather than continuing to focus on individual bankable projects, which does not help us take a more holistic and societally focused view. We need to build new economies and prosperity for a sustainable world that is fully inclusive and bring everyone with us, and that requires a different design of capital and capital deployment, a different design of innovation, and the policy environment and the derogations of policy and decision making to enable it. We are certainly very, very keen to continue our fruitful conversation with the Committee of the Regions in this regard. Thank you very much.
Gracias. Pasamos al último.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move on to the last speaker, Mr. Callis, is the EU delegation in the Convention on Climate Change. You have the floor, sir, and please stick to the time. Thank you.
Hello, I hope that you can hear me. Hello, and thank you for having me again in your meeting. It's always a pleasure, but also a bit awkward to stand between you and your lunch break. So I'll try to be very, very quick. And I think that my job has been made easier by the previous speakers, who really analyzed quite well where we stand nowadays and where exactly we're heading to. So already you heard that there has been much progress in the last year, even if we don't have enough occasions of meeting physically, and everything happens in the virtual world. So essentially, we already see that we have heard from many major economies that they are taking net zero targets for the mid-century, for 2050, and already we see that the G7 members, they have a net zero target for 2050. So already we have a tremendous contribution from these members, from these countries. However, we also need more countries to join. We need the G20 countries that are responsible for almost 80% of the global emissions to come towards a net zero target in order to ensure that we can have the 1.5 degree target at sight. That's a critical issue, and that's where we need to focus our attention in the next months. Now, we as a European Union, we are working towards this direction. We are meeting with all our partners in the G20, in other fora, in order to push towards this direction. We're trying to use our diplomatic activities in order to have more ambition by other countries. And this will not come only with net zero commitments that we have seen already, but also it will come with the NDCs, the national determined contributions, that we are still missing. And you heard from Mr. Grabert that the recent report from the Secretariat of the UNFCCC has shown that we are really far from advancing when it comes to our emission reduction targets. So we really need to do much more in the short term, not only in the long term. And when it comes also to what will deliver these short-term targets, the measures that we are taking, we need to make progress. So from the side of the European Union, as you have heard, we have the Fit for 55 package. The list of the measures that will deliver our national determined contribution for 2030. And then it will be the basis for the delivery of other measures beyond 2030. So that's where we stand right now. And unfortunately, we have to focus also our attention in completing the negotiations on many critical points of the Paris Agreement rulebook. So you hear from James as well that we need to conclude the negotiations when it comes to the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement that has to do with international markets, and this is a very important topic that we have to deliver in the next months. Now, what is happening right now is that we have a co-presidency. We have the Chilean co-presidency and the UK co-presidency that they are taking action, and they are gathering all the delegations together, literally every month, for informal consultations. And we hope that these informal consultations, eventually they will lead to the delivery of results that could be captured in a formal manner that could be used at the end in the negotiations. So this is a process that we have to follow. And let me conclude with another important element that has to do with the campaigns that are being sponsored by the COP26 presidency. So we see that they have already taken action in introducing a campaign on energy transition. They have introduced a campaign on adaptation, on forests and agriculture, a campaign on finance. So we see that they're brings all the different actors together, not only the governments, but also the banking community, the civil society, and the business community. So we hope that the combination of these campaigns, together with the work that we are doing ourselves as negotiators, all together in these informal meetings that the presidency is hosting, we will be able to present very good results and outcomes by Glasgow. And with that, thank you for this opportunity. Over.
Gracias, señor Segoulis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Degolis. We have very little time. I'd like to ask the representatives of the groups to speak for 1 minute maximum each, please. Mr. Carnavas?
Thank you, colleagues, distinguished panelists. Climate change requires an urgent and effective action on our part. In this overall effort, local and regional authorities can indeed play a major role. We have already committed ourselves within the Green Deal and the Paris Agreement. And we also have the 8th Action Plan on the environment. And I had the honor to be a rapporteur on this topic. And there we pointed out that this green transition, biodiversity, must be the basis for a healthy society and a healthy economy, leaving no one behind. In order to achieve all this, local and regional authorities must commit themselves in terms of designing and implementing policies for climate and energy, ensuring cooperation at all levels. We are happy with the cooperation launched with the DG ENVE and the European Parliament, but the regional and local authorities are not just other stakeholders in the overall process. We are elected representatives of civil society, of citizens, and we're close to society. I am mayor in Califea, in the wider Athens region. And as a municipality, we have taken significant initiatives in terms of upgrading for energy efficiency our facilities, sports facilities, local administration buildings, schools. We're using EU funds coming from structural funds and social and cohesion fund. And of course, we make efforts in the sense of e-mobility. Local authorities try to absorb and use better EU funds. And this must be achieved by involving local and regional authorities in the national plans for recovery. And of course, we want reduced red tape and better synergies among the several funds. Thank you very much.
Señor Chauvet, tiene la palabra.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chauvet, you have the floor.
Oui, bonjour, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, thank you, President. Well, of course, there's the report that I'm working on at the moment, the opinion, our position on the COP as well. So I'm very pleased about what's said, that the COP really is going to have to evaluate the long-term strategies of the parties, but it's also going to have to allow for a visibility of actions to be accomplished at subnational level. We've seen that there are some regions and cities which are trying to be more ambitious than certain member states which who have a delay. So the fact that the local and regionally allocated contributions are really recognized in the national contribution programs Well, and then, of course, it's a question of working with an agreement protocol between the Conference of the Regions and the Conference of the Parties. So either before Glasgow or there, we're going to have to organise exchanges of good practices. So thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you. Mrs. Ratilainen, please.
Dear Chair and colleagues, at the moment our urgent goal is to finalise in June the Fit for at least 55 package and ensure for our part that the EU has great part in the future COPs. There are all the possibilities to seize the words at least and deliver more than 55% reduction by 2030. Local and regional authorities can be involved if we are given policies to accelerate our reductions. There are already so many municipalities that aim for climate neutrality by 2030, and local and regional authorities need new policies to exceed this at least target. The Committee of Regions has signalled the need to provide an institutional framework for the system of regionally and locally determined contributions. This is also important because we need to avoid double counting within the NDCs, and double counting is always a risk to keep in mind. Such a large part of our emissions in Global North originate from consumption, yet we are rarely able to include these emissions in our carbon budgets. We could open a new discussion on how to expand our climate calculations in future. This would be local and regional authorities for us a possibility together with our citizens to once again lead the way in mitigation development. Thank you.
Bueno, pues muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry we have concluded in a bit of a rush. I'm afraid we don't have time for another round from the speakers. It's been a very interesting discussion. We'll break now for lunch, and we will take up again at 1 o'clock, says the speaker. I'm afraid I won't be able to be with you this afternoon, but Vice President Trinker will chair. Thank you.
On vous entend avec un petit écho.
C'est normal puisque j'étais sur ma tablette ce matin. Je vais couper tout de suite cela. Est-ce que vous m'entendez sans écho désormais?
Oui, maintenant le son est bon. Par contre, on ne voit pas ça. Je ne sais pas si c'est aussi.
Oui, non, c'est moi qui ai débranché ma caméra en attendant que je la remets. Voilà, on me voit normalement maintenant.
Ah, parfait, on vous voit bien. Donc là, vous êtes connecté avec l'interface président.
Je suis connecté avec l'interface président.
Donc normalement, ça vous permet de voir dans la liste des personnes connectées qui demandent la parole au fur et à mesure, qui facilite un peu la tâche, parce que précédemment, ce n'était pas le cas, et donc on devait à chaque fois indiquer au président qui demandait la parole.
Et vous pouvez me dire où cela se trouve, où cela va s'afficher, puisque forcément il n'y a personne maintenant, donc personne ne demande la parole, donc c'est difficile de voir.
Oui, José va faire un test. Voilà. Est-ce que vous voyez que quelqu'un apparaît en jaune?
Là, je ne vois rien du tout, mais peut-être que je dois aller alors dans chat ou dans...
Il y aurait un onglet Users avec les noms.
Users, oui, ok. Ah oui, d'accord, ok. Je vois que la personne est en jaune, effectivement.
D'accord. Donc ceux qui sont en jaune, ceux qui ont appuyé sur Raise. Voilà. Et donc nous, on voit la même chose, et au fur et à mesure, quand vient le tour de la personne, on leur ouvre le micro. Et en général, on communique en même temps sur WhatsApp pour bien indiquer qui a la parole, parce que certains membres qui se sont fait connaître avant la réunion, par exemple, si on prend l'agenda de l'après-midi.
Oui, c'est ça, monsieur Voss ou madame, je ne sais plus, parce que monsieur Voss...
Eux, ils savent qu'ils ont déjà dit qu'ils voulaient parler, donc parfois ils ne le demandent pas systématiquement. Donc dans ce cas-là, après l'intervention de l'invité, on vous dira, quand vous donnez la parole, vous commencez par les deux qui se sont déjà fait connaître, et puis au fur et à mesure, ce sera les personnes qui lèvent la main qui seront indiquées en jaune.
Ok. Alors peut-être me préciser dans le WhatsApp si c'est monsieur ou madame, parce que parfois les noms peuvent porter à confusion, et comme je ne connais pas du tout le monde, j'ai peur de faire un impair.
On essaiera aussi de vérifier avant que si nous laisse le temps, si on arrive à anticiper, on peut vérifier en même temps sur Internet, parce qu'on aura les mêmes doutes que vous, a priori, sinon.
J'imagine. Après, il y a des noms aussi qui sont parfois un peu plus compliqués à prononcer. Siba, alors Imrich, par exemple, je ne sais pas s'il faut dire le C avant. Mais bon, voilà, on fera pour un mieux.
Alors voilà, je pense que vous avez déjà remarqué, chacun fait comme il peut avec les noms. C'est parfois un peu plus folklorique pour certains. Mais voilà, on est tous, je pense, conscients, on doit être tolérants à cet égard, parce que c'est la langue maternelle. Chacun a une langue maternelle, et pour le reste, on se débrouille.
Bien, parfait.
Et donc là, vous serez seul, il n'y aura personne à vos côtés au cas où, genre pour l'interaction avec WhatsApp, vous allez devoir vous-même lire en même temps.
Oui, malheureusement, je suis tout seul. Vu le temps qui m'était imparti, j'ai pas pu organiser la présence de quelqu'un, d'autant plus que je travaille à domicile et que les règles en Belgique sont assez strictes.
Oui. On connaît bien. On essaiera de ne pas trop polluer le chat, alors avec vraiment le strict minimum pour dire voilà, qui a la parole et quand est-ce qu'il faut clôturer. À la limite, c'est pas toujours facile de couper les intervenants, mais...
Oui, moi j'ai bien noté qu'on avait une demi-heure par thématique, et alors la question c'est de savoir un peu comment ça se passe quand les personnes dépassent la minute ou les 2 minutes qui leur sont imparties. Est-ce que c'est moi qui leur dis de raccourcir leur temps, ou est-ce que...
Donc en fait la seule qu'on a maintenant ici, c'est un petit jingle, mais les membres n'ont pas encore l'habitude.
Je peux la jouer.
José va vous montrer maintenant. Donc si au début de la réunion de l'après-midi, vous dites qu'on va faire très attention au temps, et que quand le temps accordé est dépassé, ils entendront un petit jingle, au moins ils sont déjà avertis. Et puis ça vous laisse la liberté par après d'intervenir alors vous-même en leur disant que le temps a écoulé quand vous vous sentez adéquat, parce que c'est pas facile, on sait bien, M. Espadas laisse en général terminer le discours, mais ça fait que parfois à la fin, ça crée des frustrations pour les personnes qui n'ont plus le temps de parler.
ici.
D'accord. Alors, j'ai encore une question par rapport au temps. Est-ce que j'avais bien compris que c'était normalement 2 minutes par groupe et puis 1 minute par personne qui souhaite intervenir en plus?
Oui, maintenant, ici, on n'a pas une personne par groupe. Donc, par exemple, comme vous disiez, pour le premier avis, on a Madame Palaf et Monsieur Voss. Donc, ça veut dire que les personnes suivantes qui parlent peuvent également avoir 2 minutes a priori. En fait, c'est vraiment une question de découpage de la demi-heure qui est allouée pour chaque avis. Voilà, c'est pas une règle fixe, c'est juste pour se donner un peu un horizon temporel.
Mais si je vois à un certain moment que c'est trop long, je peux dire alors que c'est qu'1 minute en temps de parole.
Voilà. On peut commencer par 2 minutes et puis quand on arrive à la fin, on peut dire s'il y a encore des membres, ça ne sera plus qu'1 minute. Donc, ça c'est vraiment à l'appréciation au moment même. Voilà, il n'y a pas de règle fixe par rapport à ça.
Je vois aussi des petits triangles rouges qui s'affichent parfois à côté des noms. Est-ce que vous savez me dire que ça correspond à quoi comme symbolique?
Oui, c'est orange ou rouge en fonction de la qualité de la connexion. Donc orange, déjà pas terrible, et rouge, c'est qu'il y a un vrai souci a priori. Donc ces personnes-là, si jamais elles devaient parler, il y aurait probablement un problème.
D'accord. Le triangle jaune, c'est aussi un problème ou...
Oui, c'est déjà pas terrible.
Donc jaune et puis orange et puis rouge alors. Jaune, c'est pas top. Quand il n'y a rien, ça veut dire que c'est bon.
Enfin oui, je disais, je sais pas si je dis orange ou jaune. Voilà, à mon avis, c'est soit rien, soit jaune, soit rouge.
On s'occupe de ça.
Oui,
Voilà, si jamais il y a un speaker qui a un problème technique, on va vous envoyer un WhatsApp en disant la connexion est mauvaise. Donc faites pas attention à ça, on le fait.
Et donc, quand la connexion est trop mauvaise, qu'est-ce que je fais alors? Je passe à l'intervenant suivant.
Oui, c'est ça. S'il y a un problème de connexion avec une personne que vous constatez, on va dire on va passer à la personne suivante et on verra si on peut revenir à cet orateur-là plus tard.
D'accord, ok. Parfait pour moi.
Donc ça c'est sur le plan technique. Sur le déroulé, est-ce que vous avez d'autres questions sur...
Non, c'est assez clair, la conduite est parfaite, voilà, je n'ai qu'à lire en fait, donc c'est quand même assez simple. Je serai votre pantin.
Oui, c'est vrai que ce matin, je sais pas, vous avez sans doute entendu qu'on a eu une réaction des interprètes sur certains orateurs. Donc vous pouvez aussi en début de réunion rappeler qu'avec les contraintes techniques, il est d'autant plus important de s'exprimer assez lentement, surtout s'ils lisent des textes préparés, parce que sinon parfois les interprètes stoppent leur interprétation.
Parce que les gens vont trop vite, c'est ça?
Oui.
Ok, ou alors parce que la connexion est mauvaise parfois.
Parfois c'est le son, donc si souvent c'est des personnes qui n'ont pas de casque, alors il y a des échos, par exemple Madame Palor, je ne sais pas si vous l'avez entendu parler, elle est dans une salle qui résonne beaucoup et ça gêne les interprètes, donc on lui a signalé, mais on fait avec ce qui nous est donné, on va dire. Mais ça vaut la peine de répéter les consignes, en tout cas de dire que si possible, c'est mieux de parler avec un casque et de, en tout cas, s'exprimer lentement. Ça mange pas de pain de le rappeler.
D'accord, pas de souci.
Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres...
Non, écoutez, pour moi c'est très clair.
Je pense alors qu'on est prêt. On n'a pas reçu, on a reçu une seule présentation. Ce sera pour l'avis de Monsieur Strauzik. Donc après la petite pause, l'avis sur en français,
à 15h45 et donc il y a une présentation.
Oui, Monsieur Strauzik nous a communiqué ça en PowerPoint, donc on pourra le diffuser.
Ok, donc c'est vous qui vous en chargez. Hein. Donc je peux annoncer qu'il y a une présentation, qu'elle sera diffusée et Monsieur Strauzik peut prendre la parole. Alors.
Oui, c'est ça. Il peut prendre la parole. On l'affiche à l'écran, comme ça, il ne doit pas s'en inquiéter.
Parfait.
C'est la seule qu'on ait reçue. Voilà. Je pense que c'est tout alors.
C'est déjà pas mal.
C'est déjà pas mal. C'est la première pour vous en ENVE alors?
Non, la deuxième.
Oui, donc
J'ai déjà présidé la première commission, mais c'est la première fois en visioconférence.
voilà, oui,
Qui est plus, voilà, qui est plus incertain, puisque les conditions techniques sont parfois un peu plus compliquées, et donc quand on est sur place avec vous à côté, c'est quand même vachement plus simple, quoi.
Oui, c'est sûr que ces conditions actuelles compliquent la vie un peu à tout le monde.
Voilà, on fait ce qu'on peut, comme tout le monde.
Voilà, on compose, on n'a pas le choix. Très bien, donc vous pouvez vous reconnecter 5 minutes.
14h. Oui, ça va, pas de souci. En tout cas, je serai là à 14h25.
Super. Parfait. Bien, bonne chance. On n'est pas très loin virtuellement.
J'ai encore juste, excusez-moi, encore toute dernière question. Moi, il suffit juste que j'appuie sur speak et je parle. Donc, il n'y a aucune autre contrainte. Je n'ai...
Oui, non, c'est ça.
Voilà. Ça va.
Normalement, avec la console président, je pense qu'on ne doit pas nous-mêmes même vous ouvrir le micro. Je pense que
voilà, c'est ça. C'était ma question, en fait.
Oui. Mais si on constate que c'était pas ouvert, on peut nous-mêmes aussi cliquer sur votre micro pour l'ouvrir. Donc ça,
D'accord.
on regardera.
Parfait. Merci beaucoup. À tout à l'heure.
À tout à l'heure. Merci.
You have the floor. C'est ouvert. Mr. Ansins, the floor is yours. We can see you. The mic is open. Gracias. Gracias.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
I cannot see you precisely.
C'est ouvert. C'est rouge. Et pourquoi il ne nous entend pas? Miss Snowden, you can test your connection.
Yes, does it work?
Yes. Yes.
Is the volume okay? I heard I was very
Volume is okay, but if you can use headphones, it will be better.
It is.
Okay. Put it maybe closer to your mouth.
Like this?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Farrugia, you can test your connection.
Good afternoon. Do you hear me correctly?
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Peña Sastre, el micrófono está abierto. Tiene que darle al botón Speak y cuando esté rojo podremos oírla. Señora Peña Sastre, apoye y cuando esté rojo la podremos escuchar. Yo veo desde aquí que el micrófono y la cámara están activados. Si le da el botón Speak, cuando esté rojo deberíamos verla y escucharla. Ahora. No, pero la imagen es buena, pero no la escucho. No. Quizá tenga que cambiar el...
¿Ahora? ¿Me escucha?
Sí, ahora sí.
Vale. Perdón, es que yo estaba focalizada a la izquierda, arriba hay un símbolo de micrófono y salía muted y estaba ahí clicando y no había visto lo del speak, perdón.
Perfecto, se la ve y se la escucha bien. Gracias.
Gracias.
Bonjour, chers collègues. Nous allons donc commencer.
Good morning, colleagues. We're going to begin our ENVE Commission meeting this afternoon. It's the second part of our meeting. Please allow me to remind you that we have interpretation this afternoon from Spanish, German, Greek, English, French, Italian, Latvian, Dutch, Polish, Slovak, and Swedish. We don't have Romanian anymore this afternoon. I'd like to remind you of the importance of adhering to the conditions to be able to speak this afternoon. You need to speak slowly, first of all, to help our interpreter colleagues. They need to be able to work in optimal conditions. If you have a headset, please do use it, because this will help to prevent echoes. If you're able to use a cabled connection to the internet, please do that as well. The first opinion we're going to deal with this afternoon is Mr. Hansen's opinion on energy supply and neutral energy for the climate, integrating the energy system in Europe. The opinion is about to be adopted. I would now like to invite Mr. Hansen's, the rapporteur, to speak for up to 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Dāmas un kungi, šodien sanāksmē mēs skatām manis sagatavoto atzinumu projektu klimata neitrālas ekonomikas.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes. Well, I'd like to introduce the opinion that I've prepared, which is on a climate-neutral economy and the strategy to integrate the energy system. Now, there's a Commission communication, which I used as the basis for preparing my opinion. There was a communication on fostering a climate-neutral economy, and the second communication is on the strategy for drawing upon the potential afforded by offshore energy for climate neutrality. And the third communication involves the strategy aimed at preventing methane emissions. Now, first of all, I'd like to thank all colleagues here in the committee. I'd like to thank the Parliament and the Commission representatives and the colleagues from Latvia who helped me as well. And also the representatives of NGOs in Europe, whose contributions were a source of inspiration for me. Thank you very much, everyone. Now, as representatives of local and regional authorities, in this regard, in this capacity, we need to have our say, in our view. And we need to ensure that our voice is heard loud and clear, because the strategy for integration of the energy system should allow for a recovery of local and regional electricity networks, particularly after the COVID crisis, which has seen an increase in energy consumption and lower costs, and this has a bearing on energy production and also energy consumption, of course. And apart from that, it means less in the way of costs for the use of equipment and for natural resources. And this strategy will mean that local and regional authorities will be able to produce more energy for less money. More efficient energy technologies should gradually become part of our day-to-day lives. Because, after all, we must constantly keep in mind the greenhouse gas emission goals and targets, and these are particularly important to the member states individually. and member states' participation in this process, if everyone works together, that's where we stand to gain the most together as well. And the economic and social groups, and which are most vulnerable, need to be provided with particular assistance. Of course, we must take account of the specificities of individual regions. We mustn't forget about those. When it comes to structural specificities and also their situations in terms of climate. The uncertain situation regarding energy systems entails more risks, and that's not what we want. We want to promote local storage, and in so doing, to take account of and avail ourselves of the geological specificities. This can help to ensure that we can balance the burden, as it were, in an energy crisis. And I would remind you as well that methane emissions account for more than 40% of emissions. So, a clear plan for energy savings and energy efficiency. Once again, 40% of energy consumption would mean 40% lower energy consumption, and this can promote efficiency of buildings, renewable sources of energy. Of course, taking account of the requirements and the needs that these new measures would have. And here I would like to mention the new Bauhaus initiative, which is to be introduced Europe-wide. This should mean that we will be able to promote biodiversity and help to prevent undesirable climate change. We will at least be able to reduce that. So we need to draw upon this potential. We need to avail ourselves of it. The sooner the better. And offshore energy can also play its part in ensuring or bringing about an energy-neutral economy. But account has to be taken of marine resources which need to be preserved as far as possible. That's what our citizens want as well. Now, I should come back at this point to this strategy that I've already referred to, the strategy which is aimed at reducing methane emissions. And I'd like to draw your attention to two issues. The EU generates 5% of world methane emissions. And on the local market, we have not yet allowed for imports which comply with the same stringent standards. That would be the right strategy. That is, we should only authorize imports, we should only allow them to take place if they comply with EU standards globally as well. And furthermore, I hope that methane leakages, methane leaks, can also be prevented or reduced. So we would want to reduce such leaks. And lastly, I'm hoping that colleagues will lend me their support. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ansins. I'm sorry for cutting you off at the end there. I should have maybe said that it's important to switch off your sound, otherwise we get an echo. So that's important for the other speakers to remember. Thank you for your comments. I would now like to move on to our next speaker, Monica Pena-Sastre. She is in charge of critical missions, energy and climate at the European Investment Bank. If anybody else, if any other members want to speak briefly after Madame Pena-Sastre, please click on the raise hand button. We will give you the floor for a short amount of time. Mrs. Pena-Sastre will get the floor now for 5 minutes. Over to you.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Vice Chair. Thank you very much for inviting the EIB to be here this afternoon with you. The European Investment Bank welcomes the EU strategy on energy system integration and the draft opinion on the strategy by the Committee of the Regions ENVE Commission Rapporteur, Mr. Gunnar Ansins. In the coming decade, we need to transform our energy systems in order to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels and to meet the EU 2050 climate neutrality target. All this while ensuring security of supply and EU competitiveness. An integrated energy system, as envisioned in the EU strategy for energy system integration, will contribute to deliver low carbon, reliable, and resource efficient energy at the lowest possible cost. We believe the strategy provides the level of comprehensiveness needed to address the many barriers existing today for energy system integration. We also believe the recovery from the COVID-19 crisis offers an opportunity to accelerate investment, including in the measures proposed by this strategy. The EIB is fully committed to support the energy transition and an EU energy system that is efficient, integrated, reliable, and resilient. Unlocking energy efficiency is one of the priorities of the EIB energy lending policy. The EIB recognizes that the energy efficiency first principle applies across all energy activities. In practice, for us, this means that we need to consider carefully the impacts of energy efficiency on future energy demand when we assess the economic case for energy investments. Applying the principle of circularity will increase efficiency and will allow an effective use of local energy sources. Supporting the infrastructure that will enable the energy transformation, including electricity grids, is another of our priorities. We will also look to prioritize investments that increase network flexibility, including different forms of storage, flexible capacity, and demand response. We believe the electrification of the economy has a key role in the energy transition, as it is the simplest and most efficient way to decarbonize the economy. We do see the importance of electrification across sectors, notably industry, transport, and buildings, and we are ready to support projects in these areas. In new buildings, electrification with heat pumps is increasingly competitive, for example. At the same time, we are also very aware that electrification will bring us only so far, and other solutions like green hydrogen are needed to reach net zero. We are ready to support these technologies. The EIB also welcomes the EU strategy on offshore renewable energy. We have supported offshore wind since the first turbines were installed at sea. By investing in the Danish Horns Rev project in 2003, the EIB backed the first large-scale offshore wind farm in the world. The wind industry is at a tipping point. Member states have been moving away from feed-in tariffs towards auctions, often based on a premium paid on top of market prices. These auctions contributed to significant reductions in prices for renewable power across Europe. Today, there are some wind tenders awarded without any direct subsidies. This is a great success story. Although the industry needs less monetary support, we should not start believing that the industry will deliver net zero on its own without dedicated policy action and for free. Meeting the proposed greenhouse gas emissions reduction target of at least 55% by 2030 is not only a significant challenge in terms of physical capacity of wind and solar and financing, but will also have a profound impact on power markets. Power grids need to evolve alongside with renewables to integrate them efficiently into the market and keep the costs of decarbonization low. The EIB agrees with the need to take into account environmental impacts, raise awareness among local communities, and build social acceptance. We carefully take these aspects into account when we appraise the environmental and the social quality of our projects. In this context, we welcome the European Commission's guidance document on wind energy developments and EU nature legislation issued in November 2020. Finally, while countries have set up national plans, we increasingly need to think European. A lot has been done to integrate renewables into electricity markets. If we want to succeed in meeting decarbonization targets, the market for investment needs to become more European, locating renewable investments where it is efficient for the European electricity system as a whole. The EIB stands ready to support these developments. Thank you very much for your attention. Over to you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Penasastri. Thank you for that very valuable contribution. Let me remind you, you need to click on the raise hand button if you want to be on the speakers list. I'll give the floor to the members now. Mrs. Palov will have the floor now for 2 minutes. Over to you.
Madame Palov.
Mrs. Palov, are you there?
Je propose alors de passer au deuxième.
In that case, I suggest we move on to the second speaker. Mrs. Palov can come back in later. Mr. Voss, over to you.
Ja, vielen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you, President. Let me start by thanking Ms. Penasastri as well for underscoring just how important the regulatory framework in the Member States is when it comes to renewable energies, which need to be implemented quickly so that they can be included in the network. We all know that renewable sources of energy, such as solar energy and wind power, are a lot more cost efficient than other traditional energy sources. And it's vital that this be reflected quickly, because clearly we have a major transition process ahead of us. So I'd like to thank you for being so clear and eloquent in your opinion as well. After all, we import significant amounts of fossil energies in Europe, which reaches very high percentages in many countries. And this entails significant economic costs, but that's why we spend such a lot of time discussing it. It also has a huge cost to the environment. And so we have a very rapid transition and transformation process ahead of us. I think it's a good thing that you place so much emphasis in the opinion on the fact that the decentralized components of the energy transition are necessary in order to get out of the situation and it be properly implemented in the individual member states. And in particular, decentralized storage at local level is very important. We need to see what we can do locally to implement that. But I think one thing we mustn't lose sight of is that we need strong networks as well in Europe, so that we can give each other support mutually. And after all, the offshore energy situation is very clear. That's extremely important. But we also need to bear in mind that the goal of climate neutrality by 2050. Now, on the methane strategy, if we wish to achieve the 2030 climate targets, we need at least a 30% reduction of methane. The methane that goes into the atmosphere, that is. And it's quite true that in Europe we don't have that much of this leakage, but clearly we do have the methane chain in which this plays a part. And Copernicus is constantly providing new findings, but in addition to that, it's vital for action to be taken, either by means of a carbon border tax, so that such imports have to be clean, as it were, otherwise they can't be brought in, gas imports that is. And we also need to see to what extent the economy can invest in other countries in order to ensure that this process can be prevented. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Vos.
Thank you, Mr. Voss. I'll now give the floor to Mrs. Maupertuis.
Oui, bonjour, merci.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I'm sorry, I can't seem to be able to get my camera working. Thank you to the rapporteur. The opinion does reflect well the debates within the committee on the Green Deal, of course. The transition, in our view, should be an ambitious one, but it also has to be sustainable economically for consumers and for businesses who are going to have to support it. We're going to have to continue investing in these new technologies, these new energy technologies, such as marine energy, for example. We believe that they are very significant and will be so in the years to come. We should also underline the importance of the ports in that regard. We fully agree with the opinion of the rapporteur. As has already been said, global targets are mentioned for emissions reductions, notably for methane, but we also agree that we need to have some tangible targets for transforming our consumption and production processes for energy at consumer level and industrial level. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the rapporteur as well. Thank you. Mrs. Palov has put her hand down. I don't see anybody else with their hand raised. So thank you very much for your comments. We have a little bit of time left, so perhaps I can quickly give the floor back to Mr. Ansins if he would like to speak again for up to 2 minutes. Would you like to conclude, Mr. Ansins?
Yeah, paldies.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, colleagues, I'm very glad, really, that I've heard so many positive views. A big thank you to Sweden for the specific proposals, and also for drawing attention to climate and geographical specific features of which have a bearing on energy systems. So a big thank you to Sweden and Spain. Our colleagues from Spain tabled a great many amendments. I've given them a lot of thought, and I have put forward some compromise proposals that I've prepared. And I'd also like to thank our colleagues from Romania and our Polish colleagues as well for their proposals, their suggestions and ideas. For example, in the opinion, I pointed out that electricity needs to be provided on an uninterrupted basis. It's not just a question of less developed regions within the EU. This is something which affects the EU in its entirety. We already have certain solutions here, and in fact, it's not just a question of a change of culture, as it were. Local and regional authorities need to work actively to form opinion, to help to form opinion within society, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to present this draft to you, and thank you very much for your support.
Il y a encore Monsieur
Mr. Shatowski has now added his name to the list of speakers. We have a little bit of time left over, so I will give the floor back to him. And also, if Mrs. Penasastre would like to add anything, she has up to 2 minutes as well. First, Mr. Shatowski, please, over to you.
Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie.
Thank you very much.
Poprawić wydajność każdego komponentu systemu i przyczynić się do oszczędności energii.
The integration of energy systems could help us to save energy in the long run. We see that there's a coupling that can take place between electromobility and other sectors. Europe produces some 85% of the necessary energy that we need, but we also have political problems because there are different interests at play. This means that the regions need a great deal of support in order to implement this technology and to help to modernize their infrastructure. We should also consider the fact that some regions differ from one from the other in Europe. So cohesion policy is going to have to play a part here as well. We need to look at the cost price of energy for the different regions and help lower those prices to benefit certain regions as we strive for climate neutrality. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Szeltowski.
Thank you very much, Mr. Szeltowski. We can now give the floor back to Mrs. Pena Sastre for up to 2 minutes, if she would like to speak again.
Yes, thank you very much. So yeah, perhaps just to add that the European Investment Bank is ready to support local and regional authorities in the energy transition, that we can provide you with both support in terms of financing, but as well on advisory, so on technical assistance. And I would like to add also a point that was mentioned in the opinion, that we are fully aware that different regions have different starting points, and also different regions have different specificities, so the solutions need to be tailor-made. And we are, as it was just mentioned, also together with our support to cohesion, we aim to support a just transition and leave no one behind. And in this context, for your information, under our recently approved Climate Bank Roadmap, we are preparing a just transition plan that we will present to our board this year. We're going to present a comprehensive plan. And for us, just transition, as I said, is it's specific in terms of location, and it involves, it's not only for regions transitioning out of coal, but it involves also social development. So it's a wider concept. So thank you very much.
Merci, ceci clôt donc.
Thank you very much. Well, that brings our debate on this first point to a close. Thank you, Mr. Ansins, Mrs. Pena Sastre, and all of the members for this discussion. We are moving on now to the second point on the agenda for this afternoon, with the second opinion, which will be adopted today, on the European Union's climate ambition looking towards 2030 and COP26. Mr. Chauvet will speak about the climate ambition. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Chauvet. Over to you.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président, chers collègues. Tout d'abord.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Thank you, colleagues. I'd like to start by thanking you for being so constructive in your approach regarding this very important opinion. In fact, this opinion is intended to reflect the opportunities, but the threats as well, the traps as we see it, on the way ahead of us in the run-up to 2030 and the CO2 emission targets being achieved. And this will reflect our position in the run-up to COP26 as well, the international climate negotiations. Now, with this in mind, along with the Secretariat, I'd like to meet each of the coordinators from the various groups over the next few days so that we can make sure that we have a position which is based on a broad consensus, so that we really are able to represent the position of elected representatives within the Committee of the Regions. And we need to ensure that everything hangs together consistently in relation to our previous opinions so that we can move forward in our positions decisively at that. Obviously, we can discuss this because views may differ on this matter. There may be differences of opinion, but I think the opinion and the amendments that have been tabled will help us to end up with a consistent and coherent position on it. Now, as you know, in order to achieve the target of at least a 55% reduction in CO2 emissions by 2030, the LRAs will have a major part to play in that, and in some parts of Europe, in some regions, it will be easier than in others. We are aware of that as well, and I certainly hope that everyone is aware, at any rate, that there's no other choice. We have to go down this road. Now, the local level accounts for 36% of citizens, or at least the territories account for 36% of inhabitants, and those have already signed up to carbon neutrality by 2050. Now, that's a lot, but in another way, it's not that much, because it means that we're still left with 2/3 of people who live in areas covered by authorities which haven't committed to this. Carbon neutrality by 2050, that is. Now, of course, we need to make sure that in relation to the legislative packages that the Commission will propose, and we'll see this Fit for 55 package, or Fit for at least 55, as I heard it referred to this morning. This is an overall package covering all sectors of the EU, aiming to ensure that they're on board with this new objective. So there'll be legislative packages, and the same goes for the recovery plan, or perhaps recovery plans, who knows. The remaining 64%, the 2/3 of LRAs which aren't taking part in this process as yet, will be on board with this 2050 carbon neutrality target. Now, we need to generate enthusiasm about our activities and enthusiasm for the transition. And in order to do that, of course, we will only be able to do that if we don't just have restrictions, but if there is sufficient financial backing for local and regional authorities in the sectors which need it. And we made this point this morning as well. We were talking about buildings and transport and farming as well. We mustn't forget agriculture. Communication as well. I think that this is likely to be just as important. But I should also point out that in order for this exceptional, excellent, fantastic funding to be absorbed, if it is to be invested over time, then we also need to ensure that SMEs can meet demand, and the demand for work which will be required by the LRAs. They need to be given enough backing in order to do that, and in order to ensure that the resources are properly utilized. And towns and cities and regions have a lot of real potential here, which has to be tapped, particularly given the significant investments involved. And something else that we mustn't underestimate is innovation capacity, technological innovation capacity at local level. And apart from that, areas where European requirements on CO2 emissions need to be technologically neutral as far as possible. In any event, they should not compromise local innovation capacity in order to reduce emissions, because, as we know, locally it's often possible to think up innovative solutions which may not have been possible to devise at national or European level. Now, I refer to the technical expertise, which is extremely important, but also a common administrative framework. As things stand today, and this is a point I underscore in the opinion, we are lacking a common reporting framework. It exists in terms of financial accounting, but it doesn't exist when it comes to environmental accounting. And the Global Covenant of Mayors, which is a significant association which should be supported, that has proposed this common reporting framework, and it would be worth promoting that in the if there are to be emission reductions included in the local plans. So with that in mind, in the opinion, we stress the fact that it is sometimes difficult to ensure that everything fits together when it comes to CO2 emission reductions. We need to ensure that there's a dovetailing between the local, regional and national levels. And so we have to focus on the need for this to be based on common standards, but also the fact that it's vital that in formal terms, account is taken of commitments made at local and regional level. These local plans for CO2 emission reduction, that is. The locally and regionally determined contributions, as we've often referred to them in earlier COR opinions. And it's also important that the public, that citizens are involved at local level. We need to motivate people locally, young people in particular, to take part in these processes. We really need to give a lot of encouragement to young people because, as we know, they have a lot of weight and they can really play an important part in working at local level. And we can have special young people's committees, for example, working together with the local authorities, focusing on environmental aspects and CO2 emission reduction strategies locally. So in conclusion, colleagues, it is an ambitious objective, and we can only achieve it by means of multi-level governance. And as Europeans, we need to be able to do our bit so that we can then have something to export in the international negotiations as we focus on the climate agreement which will apply outside the EU as well. And that is why I'm proposing that we call for formal recognition of the role played by local authorities and local elected representatives and local and regional powers as well. So that is the message that we want to convey together based on a consensus at COP26. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Chauvet.
The Chair, thank you, Mr. Chauvet. Let me now give the floor to our guest, and I'm delighted to welcome Ms. Giorgia Rambelli, who is the Coordinator of Sustainable Resources, Climate and Resilience in the ICLEI Network Europe. And in the meantime, if any of you would like to comment briefly after our guest, then please press the raise hand button. We'll try to take as many speakers as we can within the allotted time slot. So, Ms. Rambelli, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Madame Rambelli, on ne vous entend pas.
We can't hear you, Ms. Rambelli.
Il semblerait qu'il y a...
There appears to be a problem, a technical problem. So what I would suggest is that we turn to Mr. Vlasak. So we'll hear from him first and then come back to Ms. Rambelli.
Dear guests, dear colleagues, the year 2020 marks the 5th anniversary of the
Apparemment, il y a un problème.
Oh, there seems to be a problem for Mr. Vlasak as well. I'm really sorry about that. Okay, well, in that case, and I'll come back to those two speakers in a moment, but I'll give the floor now to Ms. Palov. Thank you, Chair. Yes, well, I'd like to start by thanking the rapporteur very much indeed for the opinion, and I'd just like to underscore two main points. The rapporteur said that we need to trigger enthusiasm, we need to take people with us on the path towards the achievement of the European targets, but also the targets which we have all set for ourselves in our own regions as well. Now, what do we need to do in order to achieve that? First and foremost, what we need is a real raising of awareness. People need to be made aware, and then we also need to make people aware of financial opportunities, so that as along with individual measures, they can form part of the overall solution, and that applies in particular to young people. After all, I think what we're talking about is the future of our planet, the future of our society and our economy, and it's the future of our young people that's involved. And we have young people who are very committed, and we need to involve them straight away if we are to create solutions and shape solutions for the future. In Salzburg, in Austria, in this regard, we hold special young people's parliaments, and we work closely together with young people so that we can find out what they have in mind, how they would consider being able to achieve the climate targets. But we also need to see how specific measures can be implemented on the ground, and I think that is the approach which is particularly emphasized in the opinion as well. Thank you very much.
Merci, Madame Palov. Nous essayons.
The Chair, thank you, Ms. Palov. Now we're trying to get in touch with the Secretariat, with Ms. Rambelli, so I suggest that we give the floor to Mr. Voss.
Ja, vielen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you, Chair, colleagues. Well, I seem to be really lucky today on the technical front this time round. I seem to be managing it almost every time. I wanted to thank Mr. Chauvet very much for his opinion. Yes, you do say that the Commission has gone for 55%, but you say at least 55% in the titles, because what we need is more than 60%, and the Parliament's decision would be for 65%. So I would endorse that criticism that you voice in your opinion. Those are the types of CO2 emission reductions that we need. Now, there's another point which is very important, I believe, namely this. You focused on the many steps that need to be taken locally in order to get people on board. Young people's councils, we have these in Schleswig-Holstein, and they're working very well indeed, particularly on this topic where there's a lot of political debate. And energy agencies, they're a very important aspect as well. So we need experts on the ground who really know the region so that they are best placed to implement best practice. And that is very important indeed, apart from the fact that the experts need to be present on the ground. It's a very important component. When it comes to people's positions in all this, yes, it's very important to make people enthusiastic about this. That goes for young people and companies, businesses as well. And the more quickly we can take action, then the more quickly we will be able to be winners, as it were. So I'm not too happy with the idea that you make a statement to the effect that more than only just over a third of people have signed up to this. I think that's excellent. And then when it comes to implementing the EU regulations and 70% of climate reduction measures being implemented on the ground, I think it's going to be really important to do that in order to get this process underway and make sure that the principle of subsidiarity, it's a bit of a tricky term, but we need to discuss that more. What can be done more at local and regional level? And we need to provide the relevant decisions so that they can then be implemented swiftly. And of course, as part of the Green Deal as well, making the continent climate neutral. Obviously, we need to enhance the role of the regions. We need more convergence so that we can achieve those targets. And an important point of detail that you touched upon as well looks at the parameters in the report. I'm from a region where we have 70% electricity production from renewable resources. And there are sometimes problems because it may not be possible to use coal because the energy is produced elsewhere. But I think this is the sort of thing that arises in other regions too. Anyway, thank you very much for your reference to the trade agreements. This is something that constantly crops up in the balance of trade. There are many products which come from Southeast Asia and South America, and we really need to take a closer look at the situation there in terms of what we are consuming, and we need to be self-critical as well in looking at this process back home, as it were, in our own regions and municipalities. I think seldom has there been so much discussion in the run-up to a conference as there has been in connection with COP26. And so I'm confident that there will be a lot of enthusiasm and that people know that something needs to be done and there will be the willingness to take action. But we need to set out the right framework as well. Thank you very much for the opinion.
Merci, Monsieur Voss. Alors, il paraît...
Thank you, Mr. Voss. Well, it seems that we've now got the connection back with Ms. Rambelli, so we can give her the floor. She's the Coordination for Sustainable Resources, Climate and Resilience in the ECLE Europe network. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me now.
Oui, très bien.
Yes, indeed.
Apologies again for the technological hiccup a few minutes ago. And thank you once again for your invitation. So thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Vice Chair, for the introduction. Distinguished members of the ENVE Commission, Rapporteur, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me and an honor to be invited today to share with you a few introductory remarks for the opinion Stepping Up Europe's 2030 Climate Ambition towards COP26. The unprecedented scale and scope of action that is needed to tackle the global climate challenges we are facing and to successfully really meet the objectives of the Paris Agreement leaves no question. We need all hands on deck right now to implement action as quickly, as fastly, as thoroughly as possible. Not only we need to raise ambition on the commitment that must be undertaken, but most of all, we need to accelerate actions across all sectors, across all levels of government, and across all parts of society. It was already mentioned in the previous interventions how more than 70% of climate mitigation and up to 90% of climate change adaptation measures are undertaken by local and regional authorities. We also know that in the EU, local and regional governments are not only responsible to implement roughly 70% of all EU legislation, but they also represent 1/3 of public spending and 2/3 of public investment. This makes them, of course, a crucial actor in this specific scene. Turning Europe into the first climate neutral continent by 2050, it's not only a challenge, it is indeed a challenge, but it should also be seen as a great opportunity to drive forward transformation that will impact not only our society like never before from an environmental point of view, but also from an economic and a social point of view as well. As citizen regions and their communities are already able to drive this transformation, and they have been proving this through a variety of action and commitments that they have undertaken in the past years, multi-level governance has indeed a key role to play in raising ambition of Europe towards 2030. And of course, also to send out a clear message towards COP26. As coherently presented through this draft opinion, this ambition and turning this ambition into action can only proceed if we let's say, meet specific and certain specific criteria and plans for ourselves to really drive this ambition. First of all, we should leverage as much as possible vertical and horizontal integration of both the policies that we are undertaking, but also of the initiatives that our cities and regions are joining on a day-to-day basis. Secondly, we should put a focus on accelerating as much as possible action. This should be done through a cross-sectoral approach and as much as possible by facilitating, integrating planning and integrated action. Finally, as a third point, it's absolutely important to scale up the support for local governments. And this includes not only access to funding, that was already mentioned in a few interventions, but also in terms of access of knowledge, skill, and capacity building. Now, whilst the ambition in target setting is absolutely important, this is nonetheless the first step that needs to be undertaken. The only way that we have to accomplish these ambitious goals for Europe, these goals that we are setting up for ourselves, it's really to accelerate action as much as possible. To leverage the great potential that there is lying within the action of local governments, it is absolutely important to ensure that their roles, the responsibility, and the mandates of these local and regional governments are aligned with mandates and stable regulatory framework that can enable access from them to really act as quickly and swiftly and thoroughly as possible. So the ongoing revision for the Fit for 55 package, which again was already mentioned, and in particular the process of transposition of all the relevant directives that are part of this package, offers another wonderful opportunity to really ensure as much as possible a prompt but also effective transposition of these goals that we are setting up for ourselves. And this is a crucial step the member states should indeed accomplish in a way that is, of course, prompt and, of course, swift, but should never by any means discount the important and necessary consultative process that it needs to be undertaken, in particular in relation of engaging local governments throughout this process. So we not only want to make sure that there is no delay in the implementation and transposition of this directive, but also that we send a clear message out there that the importance of engaging the regional and local level throughout the phase of planning and implementation of these actions. This is not only key to enable as much as possible action, but also to send a clear message to the market on the importance to align our collective ambition in order to reach climate neutrality. This progress, of course, should be monitored as much as possible, and support should also be offered regarding the engagement of local and regional governments within the entirety of these transposition phases. In this framework, and as noted in the opinion, a permanent platform for consultation across the level of government are key for this acceleration. Alignment between national and local plans, I'm thinking about, for example, the NECPs and many of the sustainable energy and climate action plans that are developed by local governments on the ground on a day-to-day basis. It's indeed an essential step to streamline action, but also to amplify outreach to our communities, to reduce red tape, and also to fully enable our society to reap the co-benefits of this cross-level action. The Green Deal is also a wonderful platform and provides a great framework to bring together actions across sector. So not only this vertical integration and multi-level governance that I already mentioned, but also to give space as much as possible for the implementation of the actions that are very needed in the field of transport, building renovation, waste management, and this is just to name a few. And many of them are already within the mandate of local governments, and this makes their role even more crucial. At the local level, these actions very often come together. They cannot be approached into a silos approach. They need to be addressed, and they cannot be implemented in a vacuum. So cross-sectoral planning is definitely key, and it should be supported to really and fully co-benefits of creating, for example, integrated energy system. And while, of course, priority might need to be set on really facilitating as much as possible specific action, this is indeed an unmissable opportunity to also take these cross-sectoral approaches more seriously and to bring them forward, looking into how can we bring together mitigation adaptation, how can we integrate circular economy principles across the board, How can we enhance nature-based solution in our built environment? How can we preserve biodiversity while rethinking a more integrated energy system? Finally, to make sure that we can really raise our ambitions, not only in terms of targets, but also in terms of action, support is needed. Local and regional governments can, of course, act as a game changer, but they need to be allowed to do so, and they need to be supported in doing so. This has been proven already, for example, by a variety of initiatives, such as the Covenant of Mayors, which was already mentioned. But the real value is in these place-based, local, community-driven approaches that are key as a successful way to bringing forward the European action and to ensure that there is a capillary change on the ground that can lead us to these objectives that we have for 2030 and 2050. In this regard, of course, instituting local green deals or enabling local climate pacts can really bring an outstanding added value to our communities. It can bring together this co-creation of measures that bring value on the ground to our citizens and that can be implemented for and by the community with a stronger connection to both local, regional, and national policies. Nonetheless, of course, as underlined in the opinion, adequate support is needed to create this vision, and this includes, of course, financial support, but also terms of knowledge and skills still needed and still required. Space, for example, for experimentation, but also testing, is also very much needed. Again, and I'm talking again about both the technical aspect and the financial aspect from this point of view. As underlined in the opinion, limited borrowing capacity remains a challenge. The lack of possibility and the lack of capacity of absorbing these funds by both local governments and small and medium enterprises is definitely a challenge that has to be taken up. In addition to that, we also have very often still limited technical competence in applying, but also managing and monitoring what types of funds are available. And then finally, also issues still remaining around the possibility for local governments to design projects that can be defined bankable and really bring them from the planning phase to the implementation phase. So those are all very urgent issues that need to be tackled. I would like to conclude just by highlighting that on the way to COP26, the local governments and municipal authorities constituency to UNFCCC will make of these 3 points that I just mentioned, so raising ambition through multi-level governance, accelerating implementation through cross-sectoral approaches and action, and increasing the support, both financial and technical, for local governments, 3 fundamental key advocacy, but also action priorities. And we are really pleased to see that these priorities align with the ones that are in this position, and we look forward to working with both the ENVE Commission and the Committee of the Regions at large to continue to bring forward the important role that local and regional and subnational governments are really playing in meeting the objectives of the Paris Agreement. And we truly hope that this can be a clear sign of how Europe can bring leadership into this space. And we really want to work with you in the next few months. And with this, I want to conclude and thank you very much for your attention.
Merci, Madame Rambelli.
Thank you, Ms. Rambelli. And let me give the floor straight away to Mr. Vlasak.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. The year 2020 marks the 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, which is a good opportunity to take stock of our progress, and I must say that the outlooks are very uncertain. Only 1/3 of the signatory countries revised the initial NDCs in 2020, while the EU has adopted the climate law. Major emitters like the United States and China included among their first economic measures relaxation of their environmental regulations. They did so in order to alleviate the impact of the health crisis in an attempt to lighten the burdens on some economic sectors. The picture is remarkably similar when we look at climate finance. The majority of the $7 million in the climate fund raised so far was paid by European countries. We need to realize that despite of our best intentions, the key to slow down climate change is not more ambitious climate policies in Europe, but stepping up climate diplomacy and making the world live up to our standards. Just a few days ago, we celebrated the World Water Day, which highlights the crucial role of water for all humanity. Let me remind that a well-managed water cycle is a strong response to climate change. To conclude, global efforts must be intensified to achieve SDG 6 by 2030. We must not forget that breathing clean air and access to water and sanitation are fundamental human rights. Thank you for attention.
Merci, Monsieur Vlasak.
Thank you, Mr. Vlasak. Dear colleagues, our time is almost up. There are still 4 people with their hands raised, so may I ask you to please stick to 1 minute? I'm afraid you'll have to have 1 minute instead of 2, but we need to stick to the timetable. That's crucial. So I'll give the floor to Mr. Beaver first.
Thanks, dear Chair, for giving me the floor, and congratulations to Mr. Chauvet for his good opinion about this very important topic. And it's quite a stuffed opinion, but I want to refer to the title of the opinion, saying that we should step up our ambitions. So that means that I'm advocating for the ambition of 55 reduction, to say in the name of the COR that we should follow the recommendations of the European Parliament, and saying that we should step up our ambition, and saying we should at least come to a CO2 reduction in 2030 by 60%. And as Ms. Rabelli said, give the local and regional authorities the tools and finance to be a major actor in these questions, and we on the ground could do quite a lot of this, and I hope so that we can succeed, as our president this morning said, at the COP26 to have an even more engaged and ambitious moment, the Paris moment, also in Glasgow. So let's hope we can achieve our goals in Glasgow. Thanks.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Biwa. I'll give the floor now to Mr. Szeltowski for 1 minute. Over to you.
Szanowni Państwo, grupa EKR zgłosiła 6 poprawek do...
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. We support this initiative to reduce our emissions by 2030. We support the ambition to cut greenhouse gas emissions, but we need to continue to be realistic as well. It's not equally realistic for all the member states. Not all member states have the means to apply this European policies. The European policy also needs to reflect the reality on the ground in certain regions. Think of construction, for example. This is an area where a great deal of effort has been made to cut emissions. So we need to remain realistic and look at this on a sector-by-sector basis. The European Parliament wants to continue going further and further, but we're against that. 65% by 2030 is very high, so we really need to keep things realistic.
Merci, Monsieur
Thank you, Mr. Szeltowski. I'll give the floor now to Mrs. Maupertuis for 1 minute as well.
Oui, merci, Monsieur.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Sorry, I still can't get my camera working. I'm very sorry about that. I'd like to firstly thank Mrs. Rambelli for sharing her vision and a global overview of the situation. Thank you for talking to us about this immense challenge. We need a vertically integrated method, which is also cross-cutting and dovetails with the horizontal strategy. We share your ambitious goals, of course. We agree with the opinion of Mr. Griffoy, and I would like to underline the importance of this work and of the opinion that's been drafted by Mr. Chauvet. Now, we are also very much in favour of the idea of a local climate pact. The report also covers local specific characteristics, for example in cities where we have very high levels of greenhouse gas emissions, highly industrialised zones, but also other specific areas. I live in Corsica, for example, so islands in particular have high dependency on hydrocarbons. So we agree with the rapporteur on the messages to be conveyed to COP26. Firstly, on the crucial need to look at the contribution made by local stakeholders and politicians and citizens to actively reducing carbon emissions. So we are very much in favour of this report. We support it. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. Mrs. Marinova had also asked for the floor. I'm not sure if her microphone is working. The technician is telling me that your microphone is not working. Can you hear us, Mrs. Marinova? Could you try to speak?
Bien, alors je vais passer encore une dernière.
Okay. In that case, I will give the floor to Mr. Markula for the final 1 minute. The technician is also telling me that you have a weak connection, so we'll try it. But Mr. Makula, you have the floor for 1 minute.
Mr. Chair and dear Rapporteur, one key message, because everyone we ask for, what Mr. Pivo as well said, stepping up, showing what's already done and how the action happens at the local level. It's actually a proposal for ICLE and us as well. So can we, in Glasgow, to COP26, can we showcase in concrete terms what is already going on at the city level, region level, so that we show to the media and show to the parties which are not taking this seriously enough that we are already doing, and there's so much actions going on, so that the people around in those countries as well see that the action is here and action is now. Thank you.
Merci. Alors...
Thank you. Nobody else is asking for the floor. Mrs. Marinova seems to have gone, so I suggest we give the rapporteur a minute to conclude. Thank you very much, Vice President. I would like to thank all of the colleagues who have expressed an interest in this report. We have some diverging views, some people who would like to go further, some who say that it's not realistic. I'd like to remind you that the way the report is worded is at least 55%. So that doesn't mean that we can't go further in some regions or in some islands, but we should stick to this objective, which is already very ambitious, the objective of 55%. Now, of course, we will have to involve citizens. I think that's a very important point for all of us, as is decentralisation of power and liberalisation of local authorities. I think that's where the knowledge comes from in the communities, which is needed to make sure that there's support for this process. And to make sure that the money trickles down to the right places as well. It's always popular to give out money for such things, but it needs to be realistic. And people, communities need to have the ambition to go further. That's what we hope. And so I welcome Mr. Makula's proposal to demonstrate the interest that we can find among the people in the region, such as in Glasgow, to showcase what's been happening at local level, national or international level, for those who aren't convinced yet. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chauvet. Well, thank you very much for your report. Thank you as well to Mrs. Rambelli for speaking and for all of the colleagues who have taken the floor. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to hear from Mrs. Marinova. Perhaps she can come in another time. In any case, I suggest we take a 15-minute break now. It's 3:40 p.m. We will be back at 3:55 on the dot. See you soon.
Bien, chers collègues, nous allons reprendre nos travaux.
Dear colleagues, we're going to start up again. We have a third opinion for this afternoon, prepared by Mr. Struzik, on safe and non-toxic chemical products, a toxic-free environment in Europe's cities and regions. He has the floor. Mr. Struzik has the floor for 5 minutes. Over to you.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Welcome, everybody. The chemical strategy of the European Union is a very important step that was made by the European Commission to protect our environment, to reduce the amount of toxic substances. So the strategy is twofold. Firstly, better environmental protection, and secondly, safer substances and more innovative chemical substances that will help to make our economy better performing in terms of competitiveness on the global market. Our Commission has been working on a document entitled Safe and Sustainable Chemicals for a Toxic-Free Environment in Europe's Cities and Regions. We've already had meetings about this topic with a number of different local councils, associations, the chemical industry, all involved. We had a meeting with the chemical sector on the 13th of January. We considered the existing assumptions of REACH and CLP, so the current existing regulations on the topic. We looked at the management of chemical risks and the product sustainability assessments, considering the full life cycles of chemical products. That's something we also want to work towards. Representatives from the sector also told us that we should develop a strategy for European chemical companies so that they can really implement this throughout the full life cycle of the product. That's something that requires more research. The issue of waste management is also very important when bringing such substances onto the market. In February of this year, we also had a meeting with the sector. You can see this on the slide. We had a meeting and we discussed the fact that we want to develop a closed circuit for the chemical industry. We also want to make greater use of recycling, to recycle materials. We'd like to strengthen the cooperation in the field of sustainable chemicals. We are striving for better cooperation between local and regional authorities and with entrepreneurs as well. And we would also like to review the existing laws in this domain. Next slide, please. In March, on the 11th of March, we had another bilateral meeting with the European Commission. And we discussed the close relationships between local and regional authorities and local and regional inhabitants. And we talked about the importance of this. We talked about the specific needs of certain regions and the fact that we also need a strategy for this. We said that it was important that we have a coherent, transparent and simplified legal framework, that we have as much transparency as possible when it comes to the procedures and scientific knowledge being exchanged between universities and local councils. And we also said that all of the services involved in chemical substances, experts and so on, need to work in a transparent manner and be aware of the risks of managing these substances. This also applies when it comes to approving new substances. It's also important to allow innovation to happen. That's important for the industry and certainly for SMEs as well. They need to be supported in the European and international market. This means that we need to work together with producers both in the European Union and outside of the European Union. Following all of these meetings, we were able to develop a very robust opinion. We were able to discuss it with a number of different committees. There were a number of suggestions that were made, and we tried to incorporate these, or at least as many of them as possible. The requests for modification were incorporated as far as possible. I would like to thank everybody who made suggestions. I think that as a result of all of these meetings and discussions, we have been able to shape our opinion and give it a better fit. And I believe that this will help us to better support the industry, better help our inhabitants. The management of dangerous substances is very important for everybody, for citizens, for environmental protection, and for limiting the risks that are linked to these substances. And of course, this will help us to protect the industry's survival as a whole as well. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Struzik. Je voudrais maintenant...
Thank you, Mr. Struzik. And now I'd like to give the floor to our guest, and I'm delighted once again to welcome Ms. Maria Spiraki, who is a member of the European Parliament. She's the co-rapporteur for the resolution on the chemicals strategy for sustainability. If anyone wishes to speak briefly after Ms. Spiraki, please press the raise hand button, and we'll try to take as many comments as we can within the allotted time. Ms. Spiraki, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please. Thank you, President. Well, I've prepared to speak English, which may make things easier, says the speaker.
Having me in this meeting, and I feel very honored to participate in this meeting and to present you the main aspects of the motion for resolution on chemical strategy for sustainability, on which I was co-author. The chemical strategy for sustainability, which has published by the Commission, is of paramount importance as it contributes to the European Union's new growth strategy. And as a co-author of the motion for resolution on behalf of the European Parliament on chemical strategy for sustainability, I would like to underline that our final goal is to significantly increase the production for sustainable chemicals by design. And in this regard, according to my opinion, I would like to underline two main aspects. The first one, it is important to take into account the level of the enforcement of the existing legislation, which affects global competition, and we are asking for your cooperation in this regard. The existing EU legal framework on chemicals, in particular REACH and the classification, labelling and packaging regulation, are, as you all know, the strictest legislation regulating chemical substances affecting industries throughout the world. The chemical strategy suggests that these both regulations should be revised and enforced with target revisions of both to ensure that there is sufficient information on chemical manufacturing or imported in the EU. It is important to create a level playing field in this regard. It is also important to understand that any new legal proposal will be followed by an essential impact assessment. By stepping up implementation and enforcement of European chemicals legislation, is it to ensure compliance for the whole life cycle of chemicals. It is the production, it is the placing on the market, and it is also release and disposal. However, currently almost 30% of the alerts on dangerous products on the market involve risks due to chemicals. Also, only 1/3 of the registration dossiers of the chemical substances registered by industry and REACH are fully compliant with the information requirements. So we need your support and your cooperation in order to increase the level of implementation of the existing legislation. The second one is the stability and the predictability that we would like to provide to the market. The use of chemicals provides numerous benefits to society. Making them safe and sustainable is a great economic opportunity, and there are already runners in the European Union, including SMEs. But also many SMEs still encounter economic and technical barriers. The strategy defines a set of regularity and non-regularity measures to increase and boost industrial innovation and production. Criteria on safe and sustainable by design chemicals should be defined and used for public and private investment. The strategy also describes incentives to support research, development and the market uptake of new chemicals and the overall green transition of the production processes in industry producing and using chemicals. Our main goal, I would like to conclude with this, is to increase the level of the protection of the citizens and the environment. It is also important for all of us to avoid disruption to the market, to take on board SMEs and also to reduce animal tests by using all available data that we have. It is also important to explain to all of you, but also asking for your support to create a level playing field. Chemicals produced within EU and chemicals that are imported in the EU should have and must follow the same sustainability criteria in the market. Once again, thank you very much for having me here in your meeting.
Merci, Madame Spiraki.
Thank you, Ms. Spiraki. Thank you for your extremely useful contribution. Let me now open the floor to members. I already have two speakers. First we'll take Ms. Palauf and then Mr. Ziekman. Ms. Palauf, you have 2 minutes, please. Thank you, Chair. And could I also thank you for the very good opinion. In particular, it's couched very broadly, and it was produced based on a great deal of cooperation. There is just one specific point I'd like to address. Awareness raising among the public is very important, and also it's based on their demand, so that we can have chemicals which are produced in different ways and can be used in different ways as well. As for the public in our local areas and regions and municipalities, we need to be careful to ensure that we have straightforward and achievable means of making use of the residues and wastes that are generated in order to avoid disposal in ways which are undesirable, as it were. Disposal, that is. I think it's very important that we cooperate in this area on a cross-regional basis, so that we can find means of collection which are straightforward and run smoothly, so that we can close the circle, as it were. Thank you very much.
Merci, Madame Palauf.
Thank you, Ms. Palauf. And let me now give the floor to Mr. Ziekman.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'll try to be brief. In its chemicals strategy, the Commission is setting out a clear hierarchy, a clear ranking order when it comes to dangerous and hazardous substances and how their effects can be lessened. I don't think the first point is controversial. The aim is to ensure that harmful substances are prohibited. And the second point is clearly an area of with more controversy or tension, where the idea is to ensure that substances which could cause harm to the environment are properly disposed of. And I think we've got quite a lot of work ahead of us there, particularly in the agricultural sector, where we still see large quantities of agrochemicals and pesticides being produced. And with the farm to fork strategy, there are already some points that we can draw on in order to bring about a significant reduction in pesticides and to help to cut back on the use of agrochemicals. And there was an amendment which we tabled on this point, and I would commend that to you for your support, because I think it's a very important issue. It will help us, it will give us a major lever in achieving that goal. And thirdly, we need to look at the most challenging and sustainable substances which need to be developed, substitute substances, so that they can replace harmful substances. We need sustainability in terms of the circular economy, first of all, so that substances can be reused. But on the other hand, and this really is a challenge. The production processes themselves need to be sustainable because the chemical industry is still one of the most energy-intensive industries, and we believe in the Greens Group, that it's vital that investments be made in the production of renewable energies, because when it comes to sustainable substances, without large quantities of energy in production, it won't be possible unless they are genuinely renewable. This applies to hydrogen, but many other products as well, because only if we have real renewable products will we end up with sustainable chemical substances. And so I would urge you to support our second amendment. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Sickman.
The Chair, thank you, Mr. Sickman. Now we have Mr. Szeltowski, who had asked for the floor, but I see that he's withdrawn his request for the floor. Mr. Szeltowski.
Nie wycofałem. Króciutko.
No, I didn't withdraw my request for the floor. In fact, our group has tabled 4 amendments on there are a number of measures which are of interest to the LRAs. They may well be of interest. The green transition and the support of SMEs, cooperation at regional and local level. That is, this strategy provides for a consultation, and it says reach for the sky. This is what can generate the greatest burden, and the strategy also includes recycling and reuse of chemical substances, and LRAs already have highly developed skills in this area when it comes to dealing with these substances. In the opinion on the new circular economy, this is an issue which has already been the subject of comment. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur Szeltowski.
Chair, thank you, Mr. Szeltowski. I'm afraid Ms. Spiraki wasn't able to stay with us because she had other commitments, so I'm afraid she isn't able to respond to the comments and amendments made, but I'll give the floor to Mr. Struzik to conclude on this dossier.
Tak, dziękuję jeszcze raz bardzo.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'd like to thank everyone for all the comments and also for the amendments that you've tabled. In fact, most of the amendments can be taken on board. I can't take all of them, though. And I must say that there are some amendments which overlap with others. They repeat others. So we can certainly take them on board. And in fact, I made most of the changes further to consultation with those who proposed the amendments. It's very important because it's important that we have this opinion because it will help us to protect the environment, and it will also help to shore up our continued existence on the planet. And of course, the market for chemicals is a huge one in the European Union. And production is taking place on a very large scale in the EU, in the chemical sector. So what that means is that each chemical substance needs to be carefully evaluated in terms of how it is to be used. And sometimes it may need to be removed from the production process and replaced by other substances. And of course, it's important to provide for reuse so that these substances can be reused to produce new products. And I think the comments on that are very important indeed, because this can secure the continued existence of our civilization as well. So I'd like to thank everyone very much indeed for all their views, and of course I would ask you to support my opinion. Thank you. The Chair, thank you, Mr. Struzik. I'm told that fortunately Ms. Spiraki is able to be with us, so let me give her the floor to respond to the comments made. Go ahead, please.
Madame Spiraki.
Ms. Spiraki?
You hear me now? You hear me now? Well, once again,
Oui,
thank
je vous entends.
Yes.
Once again, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I would like just to make some comments on the amendments you have already proposed on your text, and also on the political spirit of our approach on the chemical strategy for sustainability. The first one concerns circularity and circular economy. I think that the chemical strategy for sustainability is including the main principles of circular economy, and it is of paramount importance in order to have sustainable chemicals by design. So I fully endorse your proposal concerning the circularity of the chemicals that we will produce at the next level. The second one concerns the replacement of hazardous substances with substitutes, with alternative and sustainable substitutes, and fully support this procedure. But we have to take into account that first we have to replace hazardous substances with alternative substitutes where it's feasible, because the case is not to disrupt the market, the case is to enforce the market and to facilitate the market in order to provide to the citizens and to the environment sustainable chemicals. And by saying this, I insist that the embodied energy is one of the criteria that we have to take into account in order to clarify the wording, the term of sustainable chemicals. I would like to conclude with the issue of essential use of chemicals. As you have already know, the term of essential use is a kind of a hot issue when it comes to the industry and to the market. We would like to ask the Commission to clarify the issue of essential use, taking into account the concerns of the industry, but also take us the very first criteria, the way that can increase the safety of chemicals in order to protect citizens and the environment, but during all the available data we have. The key for this issue is the use of data, and according to ECHA, we have the possibility and we have the ability to use artificial intelligence and other applications in order to have finally sustainable chemicals by design without disrupting the market. Once again, thank you very much for having me in this debate.
Merci Madame Spiraki et merci aussi à Monsieur.
Thank you, Ms. Spiraki, as well as Mr. Struzik and other members who took part in the discussion. So we can now draw this file to a close, and we can now conclude our discussion of opinions, looking at Mr. Noren's opinion, which is a referral from the Portuguese presidency on the protection of the marine environment by LRAs. Let me give Mr. Noren the floor. You have 5 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. President. I was not aware that I could speak Swedish today, that we had a Swedish interpretation, so I have prepared myself in English. I hope that will be okay. Let me please shortly present the opinion and say that after our last meeting, I had the opportunity to have a bilateral meeting with Mr. Fabio myself, but we had very short of time and we got so many new great ideas that I wanted to include, and I think it strengthens the whole opinion. And the main message from the stakeholder consultation were, we can't wait. The marine environment and biodiversity is not in a good shape, and it is worsening with the climate change and the ocean acidification. And the message was also, it's time to act. Local and regional authorities have a very important role to get this train going. As I expressed in my point 12 in the opinion, local authorities make a lot of decisions on a daily basis that impact the marine environment. And therefore, local and regional authorities need to be better integrated in the national marine strategies. The stakeholder consultation makes it very clear to us that the member states need to involve the local level much more, all the way from the consultation to the process of identifying, designing and planning measures. In point 15, in my opinion, we call for a better integration of local and regional authorities. At the stakeholder consultation, we also discussed a very good report from the Court of Auditors, which, among other things, show that the EU funds have not been used enough to improve the marine environment. So point 25 and 32 suggest that the local and regional authorities take this opportunity, make use of the funds to improve the marine environment, and at the same time, it will boost the local economy and it will create jobs. However, the stakeholders also make it clear to us that many local authorities have limited capabilities, the lack of human resources, time and money to be able to launch measures, and therefore in point 37, I call on the Commission to create a European biodiversity task force. The idea is a pool of project managers that should be at the disposal of regional authorities to help them with planning and organisation of projects and measures. The project managers could also give advice of how to apply the EU funding, because we have understand that this is one of the crucial points. We have already this in Sweden when it worked with eutrophication, which is one of the main problems in the Baltic Sea, and it has worked very well, and municipalities and regions are very interested in getting help. Another problem we defined in the stakeholder consultation is the complex to understand the link between different political areas and how they can impact the marine environment. Therefore, we have an idea in point 36 to create the EU Ocean Academy, where scholars and universities reach out to municipalities and regions with information, possible measures and best practice. If we can use the EU funding to engage young scholars with projects, it could help to raise awareness around these problems and at the same time make and provide employment for young EU citizens. The last part of my opinion focuses more on the rules that we need on the EU level. Due to the length constraints, it's only some basic points that were included in draft opinion, and we have included some more in the amendments, but we have to make sure that they are short. However, I would like to mention two other ideas in that part of the opinion. The first one is the point 39. As we know, today is an overuse of nitrogen and phosphorus in the agriculture, and it also comes from other sources. These nutrients are crucial for food production, but they are devastating when they end up in the ocean, and they lead to eutrophication. One way to address this problem is to recycle nutrients from the wastewater in a safe way. We know that there is a lot of research going on this field and also companies that want to get onto this. And I would like the Commission to investigate how quota obligation could be used to create a market for recycled nutrients in fertilizer in EU. It would be a part of the circular economy and it would help to close the loop in the use of nutrients. Finally, I would like to, I think we already, when we look at what has been done over the past, we have a quite solid framework of rules in the EU, and we can use it to improve the marine environment. But, as we also have seen, for different reasons, the rules are not sufficiently implemented. Therefore, I call on the Commission in point 46 of the opinion to propose an ocean law, the same spirit as the climate law. We need an ambitious target, and we need deadlines if we're going to turn this tide and reach our goals of a healthy sea. Before I finish, I know I've run out of my time. I would like to thank Mr. Buer for your amendments, which I have included, and I'm very grateful for the improvement. And I also would like to thank Mr. Szyszkowski for your amendments. I have included some of your suggestions in point number 45 and I propose modified amendments. But I have rejected your second amendment because, as I just said, we think that the sentence should remain as the ocean law that I propose is in the same spirit as the climate law. And I also would like to thank everyone at the ENVE Secretariat, especially Roberto Rinaldi, and of course my expert Ulrika Ekfeldt, who has been crucial for this work, and I couldn't have done this without you. Thank you.
Merci Madame Noren. Alors, je voudrais maintenant donner la...
Thank you, Ms. Noren. Now I'd like to give the floor to the last guest of today. I'm delighted to welcome Ms. Valérie Tanking, who is the head of unit for the Common Fisheries Policy and Structural Support Unit and for Development and Coordination within DG Mare in the Commission. Now, if any members would like to take the floor after our speaker has finished, if you could perhaps press the raise hand button, please, to let us know that you'd like to take the floor. And then we'll take your comments once we've heard from Ms. Tanking. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to the rapporteur. I'm very glad to be here. I know you've had earlier exchanges already with Mr. Pirota from DG Environment, and I would just like to share with you a bit the perspective from the DG Mare perspective. We are working very closely with the DG Environment, and we're happy with this report. It's important. It's a moment where we are now with the implementation of the biodiversity strategy. And it's a moment where really we're trying to see where we can make good steps forward in better coherence between the environmental policies and the fisheries policy, given the importance that fisheries plays, of course, in the overall ambitions and objectives for the marine environment. Today I will not go too much into the environmental angle. I know Mr. Pirota already talked about the MSFD, the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, and I think also on the work that they have in terms of guidance for establishing marine protected areas and restoration targets. What I would like to highlight today in the time I have is 4 key areas where I really think it's important that they are on your radar. Where we think regional and local authorities have also quite an important role to play. So first, in terms of our key deliverable under the biodiversity strategy, we aim to present towards the end of this year the action plan to conserve fisheries resources and protect marine ecosystems. This action plan is currently in the stage of developing and looking really concretely what is in there. It's about measures both on the fisheries side and on the environmental side that we think are needed to push forward the progress in the marine environment. When it comes to the fisheries angle of this, the action plan will build onto the report on the technical measures regulation, which we aim to present just before the summer. A report which will indicate to what extent we are reaching the objectives and the targets set in that regulation. The regulation is still very new, from 2019, and so already what we have seen from the science is that there are further steps to be made. The main way of implementing this regulation is through regionalized measures agreed per sea basin in cooperation between the member states, and there also regional authorities play a key role within the member states. What we aim to do is in the coming weeks we will publish the roadmap on which we would very much welcome your views. After that, when the technical measures report comes out, that will be the basis for a further consultation of member states and stakeholders to see what particular actions are suitable to fit into the action plan. We're thinking of particular actions of protecting sensitive habitats and sensitive species, but also looking wider at actions on how we can look at improving the implementation of the common fisheries policy. Another area to mention is the Spatial Planning Directive. This directive has been in place since 2014 and has a key role on helping to apply the ecosystem-based approach and ensure better planning in the marine area. We are at the moment waiting for the member states to report on the implementation. The last couple of years we've been actively working with the member states, stakeholders, and at all levels to see how the spatial planning can be best designed. There's been a study ongoing for the last 2 years on this, really seeing on how these plans can help in terms of the ecosystem-based approach. And for us, this closely feeds into the work on delivering on the biodiversity strategy. Another area of work is data collection and science. As also mentioned in the report on several occasions, a lot comes down to knowing the data and working at all levels to get better data, get better knowledge on the oceans and the seas, on the sensitive habitats and species, as well as on the fisheries' impact on those species. It's important to distinguish between those two. When it comes to the knowledge on the environment as a whole, we're working closely with DG Environment, and it's very much the environmental legislation that feeds into that. When it comes to the fisheries impact, we have the data collection regulation, and there we are working actively with the different stakeholders, with observers, with volunteers in running surveys, and also looking how with local communities we can make use of primary source data on, for example, recreational fishery or small-scale fisheries. The last point I want to refer to is the funding. So the rapporteur also mentioned that, and this came also up in one of the recommendations from the Court of Auditors report on the marine environment. Funding plays a key role. We have different angles for funding. There is the LIFE program and there is regional funding, but when it comes to fisheries and DG Mare, we are, of course, working on the MFAF, so the Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund. There is now a political agreement on the fund, and the fund will be soon adopted. And it includes a wide variety of measures that member states can implement to help support the biodiversity objectives when it comes to sustainable fisheries, low carbon fishing activities, protecting the marine environment, but also work in terms of the circular economy and support to maritime sectors and aquaculture. We are at the moment with the regulation clear and coming into force very soon. We are working with the member states on programming, and there we would also strongly call on your committee and on regional authorities to help so that member states come forward with ambitious programs. We are working closely with the member states and guiding them so that really all the programs are there. Also in terms of building resilience, which is of course of key importance in the current setting, and have a program that will pave the way for the green and digital transition that we are all aiming for. So with this, I would like to thank you very much, and I'm welcome to answer any questions if needed. Thank you.
Merci, Madame Tanking.
Thank you, Mrs. Tanking. We're going to give the floor now to Mrs. Palauf. You have 2 minutes, Mrs. Palauf. Over to you.
Thank you very much, but I have no intervention at this point. Thank you.
Merci, Madame Palauf. Alors, je ne sais pas.
Thank you, Mrs. Palauf. Well, I'm not sure if Mrs. Noren would like to conclude then. Oh, no, actually, I can see Mr. Bernd Voss, in fact, has raised his hand. You have the floor.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you. I'd like to start Right, just one moment, sorry.
Oui, très bien.
Yes?
So. Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you. Thank you for the wealth of information and the excellent opinion as well. It's really good that the Portuguese presidency of the Council asked for this opinion, because after all, the seas play a decisive role in climate and in our survival. And if you think in terms of microplastics, for example, this is an issue which has been ignored time and time again for years. We've just ignored the dramatic situation which is affecting the seas. And I don't think we can say strongly enough that the Marine Strategy Directive must be transposed. It needs to be done so in a timely manner. And in order to do that, we'll need the municipalities and regions, but in particular, we'll need all the levels, ranging from the EU to the regional and local level, so that we can implement appropriate policies and ensure that our policies continue to make sense. And if we don't take the right decisions on the reform of the CAP now, then we would hope that there will be a mid-term review to look at anything that isn't working as it should be, so that it can be remedied quickly, so that we can ultimately get the values down, because after all, this is part and parcel of the seas and the coastal areas in particular. It's placing a really heavy burden on them, and a great deal is at stake in terms of the environment and the climate. Thank you.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Voss. Mr. Szeltowski has now asked for the floor. You can have the floor for 2 minutes.
Dziękuję bardzo za głos.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes. Of course, our group wants to protect the environment. We can support this aim. The maritime areas are also extremely important when it comes to biodiversity all around the world. It's very important, however, to recognise that biodiversity has been supported over the past few years, and local and regional authorities have an important role to play here. I'm thinking of the construction sector, for example. We can make a significant contribution, and when it comes to the new regulation on maritime strategy, we need to work together with other sectors on this European policy and make sure that we protect this biodiversity as much as possible with a view to 2030. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Szeltowski.
Thank you, Mr. Szeltowski. Mrs. Noren, I'd like to give you back the floor if you'd like to draw some conclusions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you so much for this interesting talk from you, Ms. Tanik. Sorry if I pronounce your name wrong. I'm very pleased to hear that it's so much going on, and we have heard of this is very needed, especially the action plan, which is, I know people are longing for to see what that will come up with. And I also want to thank Mr. Szeltowski and Mr. Voss for your intervention, and from all your colleagues for the trust to be a rapporteur for this opinion. As I told you last time, I'm a marine biologist, and that's why I ended up in politics, and I have been working with these issues in both local, regional and national level, and now also here in the core, and I'm very pleased, and I feel it's I'm very, very thankful and grateful for the trust to be the rapporteur here. And it is really important questions, and I think that the awareness of how the marine issues and the sea actually regulate the whole climate and how they are connected with the climate change that we see now is making sure that these topics need to come higher up on the agenda. And I hope that you will adopt this opinion so that we can make our share from, or our part from the core. Thank you so much.
Merci, Madame Noren.
Thank you, Mrs. Norrin. I'm not sure if Mrs. Tanking wants to add anything at this stage. If so, I can give you the floor again.
No, thank you. We very much welcome the report. Thank you.
Merci, Madame Tanking.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Tanking. So that brings our debate to an end. The opinion will be debated and adopted in the May plenary session, and this closes the opinions that we have to discuss today. Before bringing this afternoon session to a close, let me remind you that you can consult all the available documents on the members portal following the instructions on the procedures for remote voting. This will take place on the 29th of March from 9 to 1 p.m. Brussels time. The 30th of March you will receive the results between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. The next meeting of the ENVE Commission will take place on the 7th of June 2021. You'll hear from the Secretariat about how this meeting will take place. Thank you for all of those who have prepared for this meeting. Are there any other points? Is there any other business before we close the meeting? If you would like to raise any other points, please click the raise hand button now.
Je m'excuse parce que j'avais coupé mon micro.
Apologies. I seem to have switched my microphone off. So, I'm not quite sure when I got cut off. I'll just repeat what I said about the next meeting, which will be on the 7th of June 2021, and the Secretariat will confirm the details with you about how this meeting will take place. Is there any other business before we close the meeting? If so, please let me know. Please raise your hand. Doesn't seem to be any other business, so I can close the meeting. The Chairman kindly thanks the interpreters. Thank you to the Secretariat as well. As I said before, without you we wouldn't be able to hold this meeting. Thank you for all your preparatory work, and thank you all for participating in the meeting. Please stay healthy, take good care of yourselves, your family and your loved ones. Have a good day.